Good morning, freeride lovers around the globe. Welcome very much from the Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl in Austria. It's a bluebird day, powder snow, and we're looking forward to a great competition here in the beautiful town of Kappl, Austria. Next to me is Christoph Schöffi, a former freeride champion from Austria. Hello, Christoph. Thanks very much for coming and being here with us today.
Yeah, hi Flo, very warm welcome also from my side to all of you watching. Here I'm super stoked to be here with Flo Orley, 15 years experience on the Freeride World Tour, 3 times vice champion, and we're looking forward to a great competition in a nice venue on a perfect freeride day.
Exactly. We're sitting here in a truck which is rebuilt into a full-on editing studio. We're watching the venue which is right in front of us. And first of all, let's have a look at Kappl, this beautiful mountain village in Tyrol, what it looks like. Give us a couple of impressions of Kappl. Yeah, Kappl has been a host to multiple freeride events. The terrain here is unreal, so good terrain for freeriding. The World Championship has been here a couple of times, and also for the Freeride World Championship for the juniors, it's not the first time they are here in Kappl. Look at this picture, Chef, yeah?
Yeah, you can see it's a super nice face. It has all kind of terrain from steep runs to mellow runs, big drops to floaty freestyle hits. Looks great. Those pictures super nice. We don't have that much snow today, but I'm still sure we will have a great show.
Exactly, yeah. We'll have a great show. It's the Junior Freeride World Championship. That means we have the best juniors of the world. We have 65 riders here today for you from 15 different nations around the globe. Schöffi, where do all those riders come from that we have today on our competition?
Yeah, as you already said, we have 16 nations. It's all over from Canada to Japan, all around Europe. Our youngest competitor is from Japan, 15 years old. And yeah, it will be a great show.
The Junior World Championships, the competition was actually moved forward by 1 day because we got some fresh snow a few days ago, and the organizers wanted to make sure that we make use of those great conditions and that we have the best possible conditions for the riders on the mountain. You can see it's a bluebird day. The judges are already getting ready. The start will be in a few minutes. Schöffi, tell us a little bit about this mountain, about the famous Quellspitze.
Yeah, we have the Quellspitze here. As you can see, we are not starting from the very top today because there is not enough snow. But the face, as I already mentioned, it's super cool. It has all kind of aspects from east facing over south facing to west facing, which on a day like today will have big influence on the snow. So that's quite important for the riders to look for the good snow. And yeah, we have very steep parts and cool mellow parts.
Exactly, and we have a video for you introducing the Quellspitze, which we'll have a look at right now. We'll check out the figures. There it is. We will start just below the finish. The riders will ski down a little bit to the start gate below the finish. The vertical drop on Quellspitze is more than 550 meters, starting at 2,700 almost. And it's wide open terrain, like Christoph said. The amazing thing is that you have so big drops, you have smooth runs, and you have different aspects with different snow conditions. So the riders have all options to show their best kind of riding on this mountain.
Yeah, and speaking about the riders, as we can see here now, the steep part of the face, it's more east facing, super steep technical lines in there. Looking forward to see some riders going there and hope they will stay on their feet as the conditions are not that great.
What's going to be interesting today is how the riders will adapt to the conditions, because we did not get a lot of fresh snow, so we have a very good bottom base. All the rocks are covered, all the takeoffs are smooth, but the riders are not going to have very deep snow on their landings. So managing your speed and sticking to areas of good snow will be very crucial today. The steep parts of the mountain will be very demanding, so I think we might see some new lines today in the Lucas left part of the venue where it's not as steep for a more flowy run in these, as we call it, low tide conditions. Where would you go down today, Steffi, if you were to ride the Quellspitze?
Yeah, I was competing here the last time 6 years ago, I think, and I still have one line in my mind. It says not been ridden yet. Today it might be possible, but definitely far Lucas right side, steep part, big drops.
Far Lucas right, so that is for many riders the favorite. It was amazing to see in the morning all the 65 competitors with their judge, with their coaches, with their parents sitting around here. The judges in a binocular. It's super quiet at that time. They're all looking at their lines. They're trying to visualize it, because the hard part of the freeriding in our part of the world is the riders are not allowed to ride the venue before they compete on it. So they have to visualize the line. They have to look at the mountain, choose a line, and then turn it around, turn it upside down in the head, and think, how does it look from the top? How is it when I'm up there? Will I still be able to find my jumps and my line? This is the hardest part, right?
That's definitely the hardest part, especially on a face like the Quellspitze, which rolls over from the top. So we start a bit flat, and then it gets steeper and steeper all the time. So you, at the top, you can't see your bottom airs. So you exactly have to know where to go to find those features. And that will be crucial for your fluidity, and so also crucial for your line score.
You just mentioned two of the most important parts of the judging. Let's have a little look at that. We have 4 of the world's best judges here to look at the riders, and each rider will get 1 overall score between 0 and 100. And the one that's the closest to the 100 at the end of his category will be the winner. And the categories which the judges look at are, Steffi?
Yeah, we have, as I already mentioned, the line score. Then we have the fluidity, air and style, big drops and freestyle tricks, technique and control.
Exactly. So you want to put it in different words. You want to ride down this mountain as fast as you can on the most spectacular line. Yeah. Never have any control issues and still show a great technique. And obviously to combine all that is reserved for the best of the best. We are often asked, what is the most important part? Well, in one point, control is the most important part. You can have a super spectacular line, but if you put your back down or your ass down after a big drop, right, that means your control score goes down, and even the most spectacular line is not going to win if it's not clean, correct?
Yeah, definitely. And that will also be today in those conditions with the hard layer in the landings.
Okay, I hear from the directors we are getting close to the start, and our first category today will be snowboard women, followed by snowboard men. Then we'll have the ski woman, and we top it off with the ski man. Steffi, let's have a look. Start the snowboard woman. I see we have 6 girls, a very international field coming up there.
Yeah, we have 6 girls out of 3 different nations. It's basically US and Canada against Switzerland. Unfortunately, we don't have any snowboard women from Austria.
Yeah, maybe that can be a motivation for those great Austrian rippers that we have to get there in the future. Now here we have 1 minute to restart. 1 minute for Megan Stewart, our first competitor of the day, to drop in. And the camera will show us Megan in the start gate in a second. There we are. You can tell that you see the top, the peak of Quellspitze right behind. And you can tell that the start was lowered a little bit down because you want equal conditions for all riders, and the very top, the snow layer is thin. But from where they start here, they can go and start ripping for the event.
Yeah, we see here bib number 1, Jenna Vorol out of Switzerland, getting ready in the start gate. So just few more seconds till we have the first rider in the face opening up those World Championships.
Yeah, it's never easy. I remember from my own career to be the first rider in the start gate, because sometimes there's delays. You don't really know, is the comp going to be on time? It's sometimes nice if you're bib number 4, 5 or 10, right? You still have the fresh tracks, but you know the competition's already rolling.
Yeah, of course, it's way easier to get in the focus, to get ready if you have someone in front of you and you know exactly, okay, he's riding 2 minutes run, then I'm riding, and not being the first one. It's always difficult, but yeah, sometimes it's also an opportunity. She has fresh takeoffs, fresh landings, no tracks.
Exactly. She will have the freshest venue of all. And Jenna, we are ready for you. I see the judges out front. They have their binoculars on their eyes. They're going to be looking very closely, and so are we. And let's wish all the competitors a great competition with no big crashes. And here we go. Freeride Junior World Championships in Kappl 2022 has started with Jenna Verol from Switzerland.
Yeah, and she's going straight down to the Lucas left side of the face.
And one thing we can tell already, that especially for the snowboarders, we have challenging conditions. So we have a solid snowpack, but the top layer, which the snowboarders want to be deep powder, it's very thin. We have like 5 to 10 cms of fresh, but I hope it's enough to get some good drops with not too hard landings in, especially for the snowboarders.
Yeah, lining up her first little entrance here, switching the side. Oh, that's beautiful turns there. She found the good snow.
Yeah, and her first drop over this wind lip, that wasn't easy to find, right? It was really rolling over into that field. Yeah. So she's doing exactly what the judges want to see, clipping it fluid. But that's another thing today with the conditions, right? We have those old avalanches hidden underneath, Sheffield.
Yeah, we've seen it here. It's old avalanche debris, bit harder snow. Oh, she's going for a big one! Oh!
Big drop by Anna. That was like a 6-7 meter drop. She had a tiny bit, like not quite enough speed, right? It got hang up on the rock.
Maybe catching a rock there on the takeoff, which rolled her over the front. But she's moving, all good.
Wow, what a spectacular start of the day. I'm pretty sure she's fine. She landed in the snow. We can see the bomb hole, as the riders can it, where she landed. But it was a big drop, very motivated move by Jenna Verol. Wow. As I mentioned before, the scores obviously go down because of this control issue. But that was pretty motivated, right?
That was a big one, yeah. And I think it was also the first time I've seen someone taking this drop on that venue. So, first rider, first fresh air. Perfect.
Wow. Yeah, so we get a replay. We have the top section. I was thinking she would go for one of the drops up there, but she was going more for the line score. Yeah, beautiful how we get those different camera angles. It's so easy for us to see the lines from the air, from the drone, right? But when you're riding, it's so hard to get that orientation right and to be at the right spot.
And here we go.
Look, she's picking up speed.
Yeah, catching that rock there, and now she's... Board goes back, and she's landing on her belly, almost doing a front flip there.
I think she got hung up on the rock at the takeoff, and then couldn't jump as far as she wanted, and the board landed on the rock, and she went into this bottom contact front flip. But she's definitely fine. She's still riding, and she's close to the finish line. That's important information for our spectators. The judging stops before the finish, right, Jeffy?
Yeah, it stops about where she's now. So we have a couple hundred meters after the last big air. The judges want to see that the riders are back in control the speed, and then they stop judging, and it's cruising down to...
Yeah, so if you're surprised that the riders are not jumping over the last rocks right in front of the finish line, that is because there is no more judging. Yeah, the organizers wanted to take the pressure off the riders a little bit, and the last 20 meters are just for the heart and soul. Good one, Jenna. That was a very, very brave move up there. Wow. Amazing.
They're waiting for the score now. We have live scoring today, like in the Freeride World Tour. Pretty cool.
Yeah, man, this is the World Championships. We want live scoring. That means whenever a rider's down, the judges will have their heads smoking. I can see them handing the points to the head judge right now. And then we have 4 judges, and it will be... Those 4 judges will give the score.
Next one, Kaya Hanepe out from the US. From Tao.
Tao being one of the hotspots of the US freeriding world. They have big competitions there. I've competed there twice already in my life, and it's amazing how people love freeriding there. Well, going for a first beautiful air, nice speed check, keep on. That's it today. Those avalanche balls and those old tracks make it very, very tricky to stay in control.
Yeah, especially on the snowboard where you just have one edge. with the hard surface underneath. If you get some hits from those old debris, it's really hard to stay on your feet and control the speed.
Yeah, the snowboarders are not having an easy time today. Another drop, the same one that Jenna took. And now we'll see if she goes for the same big, crazy drop or if she has a more fluid line for us. She's definitely approaching some interesting terrain right there.
Yeah, she told us that she's looking up to Marion, the 4-time Freeride World Champion. So I'm pretty sure she will have lined up something very cool at the bottom for us.
Yeah, Marion did stick out with a big drops, like she was a standard in the girls. How many world titles did she collect in a row? Was it 3 or more?
4.
4, that's amazing, yeah. I don't think anyone has ever managed that in any other category, right?
Oh, cool small wind lip there, little jump, whistle grab, and now beautiful pow turns.
Oh, that's the best snow so far down here, huh?
Woohoo! That's a bit easily aspect, so maybe also the steep part doesn't have that bad snow if I look on those turns. It's amazing.
Exactly. So she had 2 control issues with her back touching the snow 2 times. That will take her score a little bit down, but she didn't have like a big crash as Jenna. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges see it. But I believe she should be able to take that the lead for the moment. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. With the big crash from Jenna, I think she has not that big crash, so a couple small issues. But yeah, it will be interesting if it will be enough for the title.
I like
Beautiful
it how she
air.
Yeah. It's just very hard to control it. And that one was clean. Nice speed check. And there is another one. That's a jump you can hit with a lot of speed, I think. Right?
Yeah, it's a beautiful small takeoff. With if you take it with a lot of speed, it's empty backfield, so you can fly as far as you want on that one.
Exactly. Those legs got to be burning. I mean, it's 550 vertical meters, and in these hard conditions, you need so much power in your legs. It's your suspension system. It's really a long run all the way to that finish line.
Yeah, we've seen 47 points.
All right, our next competitor is already going, Jenna Verrol from Switzerland. Our second Swiss girl starts with a bang, a jump right after the start gate. Has a little bit of a control issue trying to slow down, but she keeps moving and has a second jump lined up. And now we see a fresh line. She's going far over to the looker's left, or rider's right, as you call it from the rider's perspective, with a third air.
Nice drop there.
Very fluid, and a lot of variety of jumps so far. Great run from Jenna.
Also a lot of speed through the couloir. Another one. Oh, small control issue.
It's actually kept it fluid, but she was not on her feet for a moment. Oh, that's a pity. It was a great run up to that point.
Now she's coming back from the far looker's left side to the wind lip. We'll see if she takes the big wind lip or she maybe is also lining up that small wind lip we've just seen.
Yeah, I'm sure that the coaches are now having their radios and phones running hot, giving that information back to the riders, which is still at the start, that the snow conditions are tricky, especially in the upper part, that the speed checks have to be performed very gently in order not to lose edge control, as we saw it a couple of times. Not too much an issue in the lower part, where obviously the snow is better and it's not as steep, and the riders have the chance to ride more fluid with no mistakes.
Yeah. Cruising down now through the judging line. Some nice turns, untracked there for her.
Yeah, beautiful. So not an easy task for the judges. It's always easier for judges to compare clean runs, right, just for performance. But when you have to deduct points for control issues, for landing issues, or for a crash, it's always very hard to say how many points you deduct to still come up with the correct judging. There was the drop at the top. It was a nice one. And there was a big one. Look at it.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it looks like that exactly where it rolls over, the snow turns from soft to a bit more hard. That's why she came on the back and tail wheelied out.
Yeah, it looked like a tail wheelie on purpose in the first moment. Yeah.
German going full send on the Quellspitze. Very well run,
So
Lila.
we don't hear or see the
We're
points
looking
at the
up again.
moment. I will be
United
working with
States
the
of
director
America,
straight away to
Samantha
make sure that we get the
Lansky.
rankings here as
She's
well.
placing third place at the Freeride Junior Tour seeding list for 2022.
Yeah, 53.67 points. Think that's the hot seat right now. Now we have Samantha Lansky out from the US. She's training with the Winter Park snowboard team. Also looking up to Mario Erti and Jamie Anderson, two World Tour riders. And already on her way. Also down the Lucas left side, so riders stay in the sunny side of the face, where maybe the sun softened up the snow already a bit, which makes it more easy.
Yeah, I think in general it's a great line choice of the girls. In the past we have seen girls going into the east wall, into the steepest parts of the face, also when conditions were not very favorable, and it's so hard to keep it fluid. And where they're riding now, you know, even if the snow is not perfect, you see how they can put their fluid runs and put nice turns in. It's just getting into.
Found a fresh track there, fresh entry through that little couloir. You can see there, it's really some debris.
Yeah, it changes fast. Yeah, from you see now very well those balls of the wet snow avalanches, and these obviously want to be avoided because they're still really icy. But now she's past that field, and she can enjoy the bottom part and ride those big wide open fields with some powder slashes.
Yeah, maybe if she finds small wind lips or small takeoff.
So she took a little less risk, less jumps, but I think this was by far the fastest runs of the snowboard girls we have seen so far today.
Yeah, it was fast, fluid, good control. Not that big control issues like the other rider had before.
Exactly. So the air and style category will not be at the highest because she did not put that many jumps in the run. But fluidity and technique, I think, are going to be right up there.
Yeah, that will be interesting how the judges will reward that compared to taking risk and for the end style.
All right, beautiful through from the drone, right above her head. So you can pretty much tell how the riders see it and how hard it is to orient it. Look at it, it's all wide in front and you have to find your line between all those cliffs and rollovers and steep and flat up parts and soft and hard snow. Very demanding task today for the riders.
Very cool support here for our ladies. Freeride Junior World Championship Kappl 2020 presented by Dynastar. And we
49 points for
the snowboard women.
I think that's second place by now, I think. And Megan Stewart out from the US. Sorry, out from Canada. My
out from
fault.
Canada. Our only Canadian girl, exactly.
From the Fernie Alpine Resort.
Fernie has also been a breeding ground of free riders. Remember, a couple of riders on the snowboard field coming from the Fernie area, so they must have really good mountains there. So it looks like we are seeing a different line. She's going more to the rider's right at this point.
Yeah, I think she's
sorry,
aiming
to the rider's left, to Lucas, right?
either for the half pipe or for the steep part of the venue. Yeah, it's will be the half pipe, as we call it.
Yeah, it's not a man-made half pipe, obviously, but it looks like one. And usually there's good snow to be found, especially on the right side. Yeah, and we can tell this is like an east-facing aspect. And you can see how the powder's up in the air. Yeah, that's where she wants to put her turns, and that's where the good score will come from.
Yeah, it's also quite steep there compared to the more Lucas left side. As we can see now, still no track, so beautiful to ride. It will be tough for the higher pips later on.
Yeah, this is always good advice for riders to go into this area with a low pip. Once it's tracked out, it gets much harder, especially for the snowboarders. The skiers can still deal with it, but for her, look at it. She has those steep, couloir style turns here. Great. I like that kind of riding. I like couloirs.
All snowboarders do. Yeah, coming out here, she's definitely taking advantage of her lower bib here. Even she's one of the last snowboard women we'll see today. Perfectly rides through that steep couloir. Now we come to the bottom where still there are some small jumps which are in the judging. We'll see if she lines up one for us.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping she was going to go over that mushroom-style rock where she stopped for a second. But she decided to take it more easy and do like a cruisy run. And she's approaching the end of the judging line. And she managed to put a little jump in right before that. And from here on now, it's cruising time. And she can enjoy her last powder turns on the way to the finish line. So this completes the snowboarders field trophy, right? All right, we get back up one more time and see her dropping into the half pipe. So beautiful drone footage up there, really nice. Yeah, in some areas the snow is really good. I think it's just gonna find that good snow today, right?
Yeah, as we already mentioned, that will be the trick today, to find those soft pockets, to reduce your speed, to get back in control, and also to find it for your landings. That you have soft landings. Yeah, now we have our last lady, Zoe McGeorge, out from Switzerland. And it's interesting, she is not the defending champion. She won the title in 2022, was out due to an injury in 21, and is now back and wants her title back.
She wants her title back, and she is motivated. She's also
coached by Emilien Bardou, former World Tour rider.
Yeah. Emily and me were battling out on the tour for a title years ago, and now he's also up there as a coach, passing on all his knowledge. And
we can see jumping into the half pipe with a small air there.
That was beautiful because it's a blind air, and she's going into the steepest part to face. First rider of the day. It's not called the East Wall for nothing, because it's a wall. You can see she always has trouble stopping a snowboard, being caught in her own slough a little bit.
Unfortunately, rolling over there.
Yeah, she could gain control straight away, but obviously that'd be a major deduction. Another tough one for the judges. The first one to go into the Nar, but then a rollover. It'd be very hard to see, how the line score and her control score will balance each other out.
Yeah, and we can see the conditions there in the steep part are really challenging.
Very challenging.
Just that small amount of fresh snow, and underneath we can see the hard surface where it makes it for the snowboard really.
Woo!
Yeah, nice airing out there.
A gnarly and creative line. Yeah, amazing. Like very different from the lines of all the other snowboard girls, but also see how the control issues. But very interesting what the judges are going to be saying to Zoe McGeorge's run. Wow, that was spectacular. Again, look at us quickly changing snow conditions. She's setting up for a powder turn, and at the same moment her fronted gets caught in a hard spot. I think they have a hard time telling what the snow is like right ahead of them. What do you think?
Yeah, as you said, it changes quickly, and as we could already see, it changes as soon it rolls over a bit more, gets a bit steeper, or flattens out again. The snow is immediately different. And that makes it really hard. You really have to know where to make your turns.
Yeah, once again, those beautiful pictures from the top. Look at it. That's a dream. In those flat parts, the snow is great, isn't it? Look at the powder in the air.
Full confidence, jumping into the half pipe,
A blind
getting
air
control of the speed, and into the gnar.
And I'm sure she wanted to ride this a little bit more controlled. And then she gets stuck with the board on the rock, like right now, and does one rollover.
In the fresh snow after the rock.
But she recovered so quickly.
Also, cool fun fact, she is living in a van full time and hunting the snow. So
Powder chaser by profession. Who doesn't want to be that? Sounds more like a surfer. So, anxiously waiting for the score there for Zoe McGeorge from Switzerland. I wish we had the current ranking on our screen so we could directly see what score she's got beat. 38 point points, so there were major deductions, so no defending of the title for Zoe McGeorge, and I hope we get the current ranking as soon as possible, because basically the new Freeride Junior World Champion title race for the snowboard girls has been decided, and we're anxiously waiting for the results.
Yeah, and that score, as we said before, it's no problem to go into the steep, gnarlier zones, but if you go there, the judges definitely want to see that you are in control and have no big troubles.
And I know Zoe from a junior coaching day. I know she's capable of going down those steep pitches really fast, but in these conditions, it's just super hard. Yeah, avalanche balls, like icy spots, powder again. It's just so hard to adapt newly in every second. And I think we're going to see this throughout the day, that the riders are going to be having a hard time adapting those conditions.
Yeah, definitely. That will be definitely the deciding part, if they can stay under control and manage the challenging snow conditions.
So I know the snowboard boys are already behind the start gate, ready to go, but we're still waiting for the ranking of the snowboards, and we want to see a smiling winner's face, and hope we get this in a second.
Yeah, and we hopefully also can go down to Elliot, who is in the finish area, to get
all right, first of all,
interview.
we see the winning run, and actually it's exciting for us. We don't know who it is yet. But the directors just told us we'll get to see it in a second. Bib number 3. Chris, who was bib number 3?
Yeah, that's bib number 3. We have on my list we have Verol Jenna, but she was starting first, so I think we have to wait for the ranking.
All right, we're in the finish now, and we have Elliot, our forerunner, ready for an interview with our winning girl of the day. Elliot, can you hear us?
I got my line pretty dialed. The snow was really hard. The landings were kind of difficult. I kind of slid out on my face a little bit. I got a little scratch, but it was pretty good. I felt confident. I just charged, did as best as I could.
How did you feel at the end of the round?
I honestly didn't think I was going to get that good of a score. I was pretty pissed, but I'm feeling really good now. It was surprising.
How much season in the junior championship have?
Oh, I'm 16 right now, so to 18?
1 or 2 seasons?
Yeah.
So well.
I'm really excited.
Okay, thank you very much. Legemont, finally we also have the name. 53.6 in points, were enough to claim the title of Freeride Junior World Champion in the Snowboard Girls category 2022. Second place goes to Samantha Lansky from the US and Kaya Hanapan also from the US, third place. So all-American podium for the girls. Congratulations, girls. Very good job. This was an amazing competition from the girls snowboard field. And we are ready to look to the snowboard men. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different nationalities. We have Americans, we have Frenchies, we have our youngest rider from Japan, only 15 years old, and we have one rider from Australia even. How's the freeriding scene down in Australia, Shafi?
I've never been there, but I've been to New Zealand where Timo Fitzpatrick coming from, and they are definitely used to those conditions.
Yeah, exactly. Just Craig Murray ripping, claiming a third place on the Freeride World Tour just a few days ago, and he's a Kiwi rider, and they hardly ever have deep power conditions. Yeah, so Fitzpatrick definitely a guy to look out for today. But first rider in the gate from France, Maceo Peresson.
Yeah, out from Chamonix, and he has big goal. He's here, as he told us, for the win. And later on, his goal is to move on to the Freeride World Tour. So that's a motivated thing. We say, I'm just here for the win.
Alors bonjour à tout le monde France, tous les Français. Ils ont regarderont maintenant all the sisters, brothers, parents, fans and aunties. Yeah. Bonne chance à Maceo, premier compétiteur des snowboard hommes. Bonne chance, Maceo. Oh, I get goosebumps myself listening to that countdown. So we'll see how he will manage to deal with those challenging conditions. Right out of the gate over the first rock, and he manages that speed check very well. Yeah, I think that was smart. He didn't go too far on that first jump. And now he's going over this old avalanche debris. That's like survival snowboarding right now. And once he arrives here at the locust right of the venue, he's in much better snow again, like right now.
Interesting. He's also lining up his way to the half pipe.
And we know there's an entry jump there. Yeah, nice little mute grab there. And he's looking for the Nar as well. Same line as our Swiss girl from the women's field, as Zoe McGeorge. He goes in a little bit more cautious, which is probably smart to do. Look how steep this is. This is like 50 degrees right there. He has rocks underneath him. Yeah, he's not in deep powder.
He's riding it out to the other side than our girl before, which got caught
look
up
where he's going, lining up a big one in the air, and he sticks it and manages the speed check.
Perfect landing pocket there for him.
That's what we're talking about. If you go to the Nar, stay on your feet. He had to go slow, but the fluidity was still there. There was no stopping, and the way he managed the jump was really exceptional. And now he's looking for an exit there. He disappears for a split second, comes out with warp speed. Great run by Maceo. Wow.
And also the bottom turn where he got control back on his feet is perfect snow condition. Really good scope.
And he's enjoying himself. Full-on surf style in the lower part. Wow, a flawless run so far. So is he going to risk another jump, or is he going to take this score he has all the way down to the finish line? I think he's just enjoying himself. Look at it. And you see how soft he is in his legs. You know, it's like the perfect suspension system. His center of gravity is so low. Oh, at the moment I say it, obviously.
As always.
It's coming as always. I'm not even sure if that was still in the judging, if this was above or below the end of judging line. A beautiful run, the nice air at the top, jumps into the halfpipe, gets into the Naur, and then look at this huge drop onto the ramp. He still has big exposure below him there, and then slashes at the bottom of the run. I think he had a great time. He's got to be still a small mistake in the lower part, but a very amazing run by Matteo.
Yeah, and we have seen not really a big problem for him somewhere. So.
Almost 80 points, 79.67.
Benchmark for all the other riders. They are still at the top.
So
looking, of course, to the line of Matteo, getting some information.
That's
from
definitely
the conditions and from his
how you
line.
use
And
Bib
now
1,
they
putting
are ready.
pressure
Next
on
rider
all
from
his
Japan,
fellow
Temma
competitors.
Tamai. Of course, the Japanese guys, one of the
We can
best
see he is stoked about the run.
to ride.
Having a
Really
good time in the finish.
powder.
And we can hear the voice of Mr. Kai Unterreiner, who has been the commentator of the Austrian Freeride Series for over 10 years. But no time to lose. We're up at the start getting in for Temma Tamai from Japan.
And he's our youngest competitor, as we already mentioned earlier. He's 15 years old, coming out of Japan.
I have a hard time greeting our Japanese watchers. All I can say is konnichiwa, which I think means as much as how are you doing. So I hope Temma is doing well as he's working his way down the top part of the venue, approaching his first jump. Ah, he's going for a slash. That was a nice move.
And he's going with a lot of speed.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the limit, the maximum speed. You can go at this part of the face. It looks like he has an eye for the good snow. He puts his turns wherever the snow is the deepest.
Nice air there.
Yeah, a little shifty. Beautiful. So the judges don't only want to see airs, they also want to see style in the airs, and he definitely was styling there. Look at this surf style. I think the fourth time he does a beautiful backside slash. While Japan is known for its amazing powder, and not so much for the cliffs. I think where he comes from reflecting his riding style. He makes the most of the good snow patches. Such a smart riding. Just looking for all the good patches of snow, slashing it, surfing it. And now we see him disappear. Another slash with an air. Whoa!
And a small 3 at the bottom there. Really cool.
It's really amazing the difference between those runs. Matteo was really pushing hard in the gnarliest part of the face, and Temma is just surfing down on the completely other side of the venue. Very hard task for the judges. Oh, and I get stuck in the traverse track, which the guides put in to put the safety personnel in place. Pretty much same as Matteo had a small control issue at the bottom. But what a beautiful surfy run by Temma.
Then it will be interesting how the judges compare those two runs now. It was more fluent, more speed by Temma here, but I was kind of missing one drop or air in his top section.
That is true. He had those surf style turns, but there were options to it. Whoa, look at that! Huge back hit, under rotates a little bit. Oh, even that puts probably his car lower down. What an amazing run by Temma. So much fun reflecting in his riding. A 3 slashy turns and a backflip. I think they must have been below the judge line because they're not allowed to do backflips.
Yeah, it must have been.
While they're in the competition, right?
If you look out the window, we can see that where he did it. So it's definitely below the judges line.
So that's very important for spectators.
Crowd pleaser.
Exactly. The stars in the junior championships are not allowed to do a head over heel tricks, so no backflip. So he waited till he was below the judging line and then did the backflip just for fun, for us, for the show. 62 points.
Going to the second place.
I really like his run, and Temma has another 4 years to compete on the championship. So if he steps it up by 5 points every year, he will be world champion in 4 years.
Chase Guaranoli, our bib number 3, out from the US, from Snowboard, lives in Breckenridge. Breckenridge is more known for freestyle, I think.
Let's see if he brings some freestyle to this competition. Where is he choosing to go? very quick. Like he rode this top section pretty much the fastest from all riders, and puts in a big drop, which you could hardly see from the drone perspective, and is already in the middle part. And he looks very strong on his feet, like no control issue yet at all. And another air, another big one. Looks like he did slide into a 360 on those avalanche balls. And now aiming for the windlip, just like Tama before him.
There comes this re.
Oh, that was very clean.
Unfortunately, got caught up in the outrun.
He landed it clean, right?
He
And then
landed it
afterward, he had a control issue only. But he seems to be a very complete rider. Like he jumped the cliffs to the top, he puts in a 3, he serves the powder. Also not a perfectly clean run, which obviously is what everyone's looking for, but very versatile in his riding. Look at it, he's enjoying that
A
lower
lot
part
of
with a lot of speed, yeah. I like that. All right, here are the highlights of his run. Was that a 180 at the top? It seems like we missed it. That was a big one with the great speed check. Then there was drop out of the middle part. Look, nice frontside grab. And turns it into a front roll with a quick recovery. And then the 3, which he lands and then catches an edge.
But he's still claiming his run. He is stoked, having fun, riding his face, being on his competitions with all his fellow competitors.
And we are waiting for his score.
Look, he's riding with the rings under his gloves. Never seen that before.
I dig the style. We could see some of the juniors, even the boys with that painted fingernails and rings. I remember my dad wouldn't let me walk out of the house when I was 18 with rings and fingernails painted. And now it's a new style. It's a new generation. So was that enough to kick Maceo Preston off the hot seat from the leading position? You can almost see the smoke coming up from the judges' heads since they're trying to put points.
55 points.
55 points. Third place for now.
Congratulations. Very nice run. We're waiting for the next rider from Japan, Haruki Takoichi.
Yeah, next rider from Japan, Haruki Takoichi. We asked him the questions, what are your plans for the future? And his answer was, I'm going to compete on the World Tour. So,
well, he could definitely leave a note for everyone today and see if he deserves to be on the tour soon. Let's see what he's got in his pocket for us today. Approaching the first jump, doing a speed check, up in the air.
now that's doing the second turn exactly in front of the avalanche debris to avoid those. Slashing some powder.
Yeah, those boys did their homework. Look at it. They're looking for the good snow into the turns there. I think one rider who manages to put a clean run down without any control issues, that's going to be counted today. Huge air! Whoa!
Landing on his butt, but immediately getting back up on the feet and riding it out.
But
There's a lot of speed.
But you could tell that already mid-air was kind of obvious he wasn't going to land it, so that's going to cost him some points. Nice one. First one over the windlet. Dodges the rocks, keeps the speed, goes for the next roller. Wow. He definitely did a really good scouting. Like he knew exactly where he was going on his run. Phew.
And now he found a very good snow over there. This is small butter. Yeah, first rider attempting the big windlip. We've seen 2 weeks ago, we've seen Alessandro Jossen winning of the qualifier with a big backy over this windlip.
Look at these two turns. It's just like surfing a perfect wave. All right, here's our replay. Approaching the venue with a lot of speed, going for his first jump with a frontside grab, managing to stay on his feet despite riding right through the avalanche balls, and that's what's the highlight of his. It's going to be the highlight of his run. A big drop, lining it up, but a little bit in the back seat, and has his ass down. Therefore, doing a big one over the windlip and then a batter down. Very complete run by a second Japanese rider, Haruki Takeuchi. I hope we pronounce it the right way.
I don't think so.
And Haruki Takeuchi. Very well done, guys. Congratulations.
Looking back up, smile on his face.
Yeah.
Waiting for your
Really
scores.
exciting.
And
That's
just
now the thing what we were talking about. He was going on the Lucas left side in a more easy terrain, but with a lot of speed, great control, and some cool air and style. Compared to our
To Maceo, who was going on the Lucas right in the Nar. I remember one of my Japanese sentence I learned when I was there for snowboarding. It's wo ai ni, and I think it means I love you. That's all I've learned. How are you? And I love you. Konnichiwa, wo ai ni. Sorry, my friends in Japan, that I don't speak any better of your language, but it's an amazing country. I've done some of the most amazing tree runs, or probably the most amazing tree run riding of my life in Japan. Not talking about the amazing culture and the great food.
50 points, 67 points.
50 points
Haruki
there for
Takeuchi on the fourth
Haruki.
place.
Fourth place for now, but there's still plenty of room in between those riders for other ones to come.
Next up, Dave Bunnell from Winter Park, Colorado in the US.
What can you tell us about Dave, Jeffy?
He was in the line workshop with me on the mountain yesterday.
Whoa!
Lining up
Going
big one
big!
already with a double.
Almost turning to a double, having so much speed for the next one. Wow! And another big one. Super clean. Well, he seems to be not. There seems to be no chance to knock him off his board. Like, that's the skiers line. He took about 2 big drops in the top section.
It's probably just 2 turns in between.
Look at it. And the new line, very creative. Far Lucas left. Wow. And now he's looking for an exit there, I'm sure. Lining it up. Speed check.
Unfortunately, catching the nose in the landing, doing a full tomahawk. But now, look. Straight line, speed. What will he see? Which windlip is he going to take? Woo! Not a cool hit.
Oh, he looked so stable on his feet, how he dodged all the landings in this upper part. And then the landing of the big cliff sent him into like a double front roll. Like he was on the way to a perfect score up there.
I think it just did 3 turns between those in the first 200 meters.
He read that terrain so perfectly, like the way he jumped those cliffs and the way he put his brake turns. Look at it, goes right over the top, lands where it's the steepest. Does the same again here. Nice style in the air. Wow. And then what went wrong there? He seemed in full control. And the board
got stuck.
The board got stuck and the body moved on.
Congratulations. Very well done.
Kann ich bitte eine Startliste haben? Die habe ich voll.
We are waiting for the scores on the live stream.
Yeah, great for him. I think he might be a bit disappointed about his last air. But otherwise, really great run. Really cool to see. We had talked yesterday what he's planning to do. 53 points, 4th place at the moment.
4th place right now. Very well, Dave Bunnell, you can be proud of yourself. Very crazy line.
53 was the score. Now we have Tristan Legrou-Yildi out of France. From the Mont Blanc area. It's his 3rd time already on the Junior World Championship, starting with a big air in the opposite direction, going far Lucas right. skiers right. Sorry, my fault. Now looking for big one. I also think we've never seen that in a competition before.
Wow, a lot of exposure below him. Changes his edge, jumps it, and almost sticks it. Still trying to keep his fluidity up. Wow, and lines up another cliff. Manages to stay on his feet on this one.
Very cool creative line we see in the seen in the top part there. And another one, full speed out of there to the wind lip.
Wow, that was an amazingly composed line. Also him not clean like all our other competitors today. But that line he chose was like a first timer, right? I don't think we've ever seen that before on the Quellspitze.
Yeah, the middle part was a really creative attempt to riding over all this exposure through the little chute and then cutting to the skier's left, taking an exit air. Really cool creative line choice from the young Frenchman.
Here we see it again. He traverses a big space, does the turn, jumps, and then has to stop right above the next cliff. And here he hits some old tracks and has this control issue, but he doesn't hesitate at all, keeps on moving within his line, goes for the next air, and manages to ride this one out despite all the traversing tracks. Wow. Some great, strong riding by Tristan.
Small grab there.
Nice mute grab there. We are waiting anxiously for the scores with him.
Oh, almost every rider till now has this small control issue somewhere.
We are waiting for the scores from Tristan Legro ELD's technical line on the spectators' left side. How much points is this line worth?
Second place for Tristan with 67 points.
Very well done, France. Now, right now on the podium, but still 5 riders at the top.
Yeah, Kai names it on the podium, but 5 riders to go.
Will be a close one to stay on the podium for him.
And we keep moving on with Tavo Sadek, also from the US. And he does not mess around, out of the gate, to the first jump, manages a speed check and goes right to the second.
Also out from the
second jump. Tries to stay on his feet.
Problem
Basically
with
manages to.
avalanche debris.
And now traversing over to
The
what is
steep
it?
part.
The half
And
pipe? The east wall? Where's he
he's going further to the Lucas right.
Oh, it might be the first ride of the day we see going into the east wall.
Into the very steep part and lining up the famous mushroom air.
Whoa, that's such a big drop.
He stays on his feet. The snow, if you see the snow,
yeah,
that's perfect.
He found a powder pocket. Very nice scouting. Huge exposure there for him. Look at what's below him. Wow, where's he gonna go? Where's he gonna go? A true big mountain rider.
One.
Whoa!
Full speed.
The biggest drops of the day, both clean, going into high-speed powder turns. What a run by Tavo Sadek from the US right now. Wow.
The big question now is just on the latest venue picture with the zoning I've seen, his second air was closed due to safety reason, which would mean it's a disqualification.
Well, I have not seen this picture, but I'm sure they will.
Maybe they
sort this out
changed
straight
the
away.
zoning in the morning because the snow and safety there is perfect.
Folks, war der offen, der Felsen? War der offen, der Felsen?
Okay, we hear it from our safety guide. The second drop was open. They changed it in the morning.
And he makes most of it. Look at this huge drop. That's like 8 meters of rock, 10 meters of drop till his landing. Bam! Puts it in his feet and used to run and just manages to do his turn before hitting Gavlin's ball. He's gonna be stoked.
Super. And we could see also the snow on the first hit. On the second hit, he had soft snow to land. Easy to control his speed, right out, fluent. And he takes the lead. 88 points. He is dope. What a run.
On top of the podium. Maybe going
But still, it's not a safe spot on the podium as we have 4 more riders.
Exactly. Val Hartwig being the next one, another rider from the US. But now, this is a hard score to beat. 88. Let's see what riders up there have to say on this. Wow. Maximizes the jump size on the first drop. Wow, Hardwick going big. And big again, landing on the rock. That put a bit off balance, but keeps going immediately.
Yeah, and of course now all the riders at the top, they have their coaches, friends or parents in the finish area.
Wow, but also very strong run so far by, I hope I pronounced it the right way, Val Hardwick. Yeah, makes the most top the venue, lines up 3 runs in a row with only 1 small control issue, and I'm sure he's up for something big as well.
Yeah, and as we've seen, a small control issue is not a problem as almost everybody had it.
Yeah, full speed exit.
Lining up to have wind lip.
Woo! Wow. That was amazing. So much speed coming out of this middle part. I think that's definitely the fastest rider we've seen so far in this part of the phase. Look at him. He
Almost
likes
no
to
turns
go
at the
fast.
bottom
No.
there. Yeah, and as I already said, like almost every rider had this small control issue, so still good score possible there.
Yeah,
even
definitely.
with the small. Full speed to the finish area, doing about 4
Look at
turns.
it, making so great use of terrain. First air, bump, jump, sticking it. Second air, this is where Lance Rock, see, he sees it mid-air, and that's what cost him that control. Third one, clean again, bam. I really liked it how he checks his speed there. And then full speed over those avalanche balls that already have taken a few riders down. It keeps the speed up through the most part of the venue. Really great snowboarding by Hardwick from the USA.
Of course, we can see the highlights on our live stream
the
video wall
fastest
with the
rider.
legends Flo Orly and Quellspitze, a very well-known rider in Austria.
Yeah, we're waiting for the score.
Part in the Open Faces
The
Freeride
judges,
Series.
we see it in front of us. 33
73
points.
73.
Taking the first place
Third place.
right now, still on the podium. But there are still 3 persons.
He's in a bubble seat for the podium.
And I have to
Ian
excuse myself,
McGinley,
Bar Hardwick is not
US.
excuse me, I have to excuse myself. Bar is of course not from the USA, he's from Australia. From the US is our next rider, Aidan McGinley.
First year attending on the Junior Championships.
Smart entry here next to this rock.
It's in those avalanche debris, you want to avoid that, especially on a
Yeah.
snowboard.
Exactly.
It's so tricky. You can't see the.
Right, Jeffrey, where's Aidan from? Where does he practice for the World Championships?
He is from Washington. The home mountain is Mission Ridge, Wenatchee, Washington.
All right.
Never heard of that. It's his first year attempting the Junior World Championships, as I already said. And he mentioned that he loves it. He's so stoked that he is able to travel to Europe, riding here for the first time and having a great comp with his mates. Drawing some nice turns down the Quellspitze. Woo! Also fast. But as we can see,
It's interesting. You saw him waving there after getting caught up in the snow. This is the sign for a whole safety crew that a rider is fine. If a rider has a crash and he decides not to move, then a rescue personnel will be sent to him immediately. But if he waves his arms, we know he's fine and he can continue his run. One more time, very creative line choice there at the top. And keeping it fluid in the middle part.
he found he started competing in rail champs. And now moved from the rails to the backcountry. That's also an interesting journey in this young age already.
Yeah, very interesting.
Maybe we should play some rails the next time for him to get some the 40 points.
40 points for Aiden McInley. And we're looking up to a last rider in the snowboard men field from the US, not the last total, but the last US rider, Isaac Singer. And very interesting, he finished on the podium on all his last 6 events. Yeah, in Big Sky, in Jackson Hole, on the junior comps, always on the podium. So he's used to be among the top 3 and looks like this is what he's aiming for today.
But also here at his first Junior World Championships, so maybe the pressure is on.
Wow, 3 jumps already before even hitting the official number 3 jump. Just big enough, just long enough to clear that rock. 4 jumps already. That's jump number 5. Wow, he's in the air almost more than being on the snow. So in the center part of the mini, what has he in the pocket for us in this area?
Nice clean air.
Wow, that was number 6.
Full speed. We see the current ranking there. All the top 3 snowmen in the 70s.
So to be on the podium, he is to beat our Australian rider, Fo Hardwick, at 73 points. And I think he's on the way to challenge this.
Yeah, no control issues till now.
No, he looks very comfortable. If I was him, I would look for another last little feature at the bottom to collect those extra points which might be necessary to claim a spot on the podium to keep his podium rhythm.
Yeah, I bet the judging has us smoking now. We can see here in the replay, first hit straight out of the start gate. And the second one, a little bit slower than the riders before him, but without control issue. Oh, and he's not making it to the finish as the finisher is falling down. Sliding underneath, crawling on his belly into the finish. He is stoked. Look at him, all his friends, they're celebrating.
These are all teenagers and they're standing alone in the start gate. Like everyone who makes it to the finish line to me is a winner, especially in these super challenging conditions.
Definitely.
What a great way to finish his run, right? Being welcomed by all his buddies.
When did you do your first comp at 25 or something?
Yeah,
you said?
exactly. I only started at 25. There was no junior competition for freeriders at the time.
Yeah, they start 10 years earlier than you. Really great to see them at this young age up there on faces like this.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Living in this show, super cool.
I attended a junior competition for the World as advisor last weekend, and the youngest was 8 years old. 58.67 for Isaac Singer. That's a little short off the podium, but still a great run. And the last ride of the snowboard competitors field from New Zealand.
Timo Fitzpatrick.
Where is his home resort, Sheffield?
Treble Cone in Wanaka.
Yeah, the epicenter of freeriding in New Zealand, Treble Cone.
Breeding ground for freeride legends like Sam Smoothie, Hank Billows, Craig Murray, all the big Kiwi names are out of that resort.
And his last event was a winner. He won the 3-stern qualifier for the juniors in New Zealand just a few months ago. So good competition year for him so far in 2022.
Interesting. He's not attempting the first 2 big hits, but going with a lot of nice turns, navigating his way down. See if he maybe has lined something big for us in his bottom section. There he's pointing on one. Beautiful drop with a small butt check in the landing, unfortunately. Now speed on the wind lip. Will we see a freestyling move? Oh, small ollie. Yeah, out of Travel Cone.
Have you been to Travel Cone yet, Steffi?
I've been to Travel Cone. It's definitely a place as a freerider you have to have seen. It's really cool terrain, super playful, almost every time conditions like today.
And remember, the scariest part of Travel Cone is going up there by car, because the road is so exposed that it's really, really scary.
Yeah, and he is healing from a broken ankle.
Oh, that explains why he was going a little more mellow than he probably does on other competition days. Timo Fitzpatrick approaching the finish line, where the arch is being back upright.
Can ride it, doesn't have to crawl on the belly.
And you can hear it. Every rider gets a warm welcome to the finish line. I mean, the atmosphere is amazing. Last day, during the riders meeting, always see the riders at the mountain. They're hanging out together, they're having fun, they're ripping the snow, they're talking about their lines. It's not just about the competition here and about the ranking, it's about a great time with friends from all over the globe, establishing new contacts and just enjoying free riding at its very finest. So we completed the snowboarders field. Timo Fitzpatrick, our last rider, we're waiting for his score. I do not think he will make it on the podium. I pretty much think we have our top 3 spots sorted out with 2 standout runs. What do you think, Steffi?
Yeah, the first 2 were amazing. And as we mentioned before, it's exactly, it's one is going Lucas right, one is going Lucas left. All on the podium. Everything possible on this venue.
Yeah, I was amazed. The 2 riders we saw going through the NAR today.
And there is the score.
47 points there for Timo.
47 for Timo. Congratulations, Timo. Coming down safely from the amazing Quellspitze.
And now it's official. Huge applause. We have
And Kai was just going to announce the winners. But I'm sure we're going to see them here in a second. But we know it already. Tavo started from, with a crazy run, the biggest cliffs of the day, followed by Maceo Persson from France, also a really great run. And Far Hardwick, an Australian, who would have thought that, on the 3rd place. Wow, amazing. Congratulations, guys, especially to Tavo, Freeride Junior World Champion 2022, with a standout run, which would be hard to top even by the skiers, huh?
Yeah, that run is the mushroom with the big air at the bottom, perfectly executed.
All right, and because it was so great, we'll see that winner run one more time, and I can't wait to actually see it. Here is Tavo, first cliff, second cliff, very smart, not going too fast, managing his speed, and this is like the move. Look at it, that's a solid 7-meter drop. Does a speed check and approaches this huge cliff at the run out. So much exposure, flies for seconds, sticks it, warp speed, and look at it just before hitting the ice balls of the old avalanche, just his frontside turn. Amazing line, amazing technique, a very well-deserved victory for Tavo.
Well done. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see what
How do you find it
he has to say.
This snow condition?
The snow condition was pretty crusty at the top, but then once I got to that more north-facing side, it was really deep, and I didn't expect that.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. And how did you feel it at the top?
At the top, I felt good. I was a little nervous. I had my favorite song going, and then I tried to make some monkey noises at the top, and I turned it off on accident right when they said go.
Getting in beast
so,
mode?
yeah.
Yeah. And how do you feel now?
I feel good right now. I feel like I'm on top of the world.
Yeah.
I'm here with a lot of my friends, and just happy to be here.
Anyone you wanna congrat?
I want to congrats all the riders today. Everybody did an amazing job. We all had so much fun at the top talking together. I'd like to give a shout out to my parents for helping me get out here. My dad, he's at home right now watching live. Love you, Dad. I'd like to shout out all the monkey boys on the team and my friend Ava Sales.
Yeah, cool. He's greeting his family at home.
So let's wrap up this category. We already have the ski women's start list. It's full speed here. I think we'll have a quick break and get a World Tour teaser in between, but let's look at the Freeride Junior World Championships women's ski start list first. We have 16 competitors from US, from Canada, from the Czech Republic, France, from Switzerland, but also from Norway, which we'll see on the next sheet. And I'm sure they will battle it out big time, right?
Definitely. We'll see an amazing show there. And what's interesting, what our Trevor just said, when he had entered the Fjwc right side, he said that the snow was way deeper than he expected, and there's good powder there. That's also very nice information for all the other riders at the top. So maybe we see some more riders going to the Fjwc right side now, as they know the snow there is deep and powdery. And our first ski woman, Jenna Myers, out from the US, already in the starting gate. She is from Vail, Colorado, and going full speed through the AVD breeze. Couple big turns. Entering the half pipe and into the passing the steep section. Looking for an entry there. Oh, finding a big entry. Nice.
No hesitation, dropping down vertically into, and you have to see how much exposed this is. There's no room for error. If you fall there, you fall all the way down. She just went straight into the Nar. Finding an exit with an exit air.
Small exit.
Woo! That was so well executed.
Yeah, and he was so fast.
Wow, Jenna Myers setting a high level for the women's competitive field. First one out of the gate, and this will be a first high score for sure.
Her favorite mountain is every mountain with powder.
I like that statement. Look at it, so hard, just the right orientation. She checks her entry, yeah, very smart, does a turn, and bam, no hesitation. Wow, really amazing entry there. And the exit there was clean as well. Solid riding from Jenna Myers.
Footage from her afterwards in the highlight clip. Big applause for first girl,
Yeah,
Jenna
there she is, the first rider.
Myers.
We'll see how
What a nice run, technical line from top to bottom
quite
with some
difficult
really nice drops that will get
for them
some really
when the
nice
first
and
rider
juicy
comes
points
out with
for
a
her.
run like that.
Dear Newport, of course, head judge from today. A long year head judge at the Freeride World
She's
Tour
happy.
now.
80.67, what a score for first girl ski rider down. Wow. Yeah, there were no mistakes. It was solid riding, no hesitation, big exposure. I think the only way to top is if you add another air at the top or at the lower part, but otherwise it'll be a tough task for
Tough
other
to be.
competitors.
The
Finlay,
pressure is now definitely on her fellow competitors.
and it's on Finlay Tanner in this case, the next girl in the start gate. What do we have on Finlay, Shafi?
Unfortunately, I don't have some background infos as she came in as a she came in late, got the invitation late because someone had to stay at home.
We know that she knows how it is to win a competition because last year she won the IFSA 2-star in Alpental, USA. So she has a victory under her belt from last year. Let's see what she has in the pocket for us this year. Finlay Tanner from the US in the start gate. Oh, when this countdown comes in start gate, I mean, you always get goosebumps. Unless you listen to Monkey Sound like her snowboard winner. Obviously, it was very relaxed up there in the gate today. Finlay approaching that first cliff. Very smart, not too fast. Finds the steep pocket. Good landing.
There, both skis coming off there in the avalanche debris, unfortunately for Finlay.
Yeah, we could tell she was leaning into her turn a bit too much as she was coming off balance. And as you know, as a skier, you don't want to be on your inside ski. And that got caught in those tracks. And bam, both skis came off. She'll be able to put her skis back on and ride down. But if you lose any kind of material, being a ski or a snowboard, you will receive a no score. So no points for Finlay, unfortunately. But she's not hurt. She's fine. She's just came undone, and she'll be able to ride down by herself.
Yeah, and interesting maybe for all our visitor watchers at home as well. You're not allowed to continue on your planned line if you have a no score. You have to leave the face on the most easy, fastest way. Keep the competition running for your fellow competitors.
Exactly.
Grabs a second ski there.
Yeah, maybe another word to the safety procedure. Of course, we have mountain rescue at the top. We have mountain rescue in the middle of the face and the side of the face and the bottom. So if a competitor should be injured no matter where and is not moving, does not wave his arms, that's the signal for the safety crew to get to the rider or riders as quick as they can, which is usually under 1 minute, and be helpful for that rider. And the rescue helicopter is on standby up here the mountain as well. So the organizers do everything possible in case any rider would suffer injury to have the best possible treatment immediately.
Yeah, now we see her going down full speed, enjoying her run. Asking hey, quick stop at the mountain safety there. Tell them that she's all okay. Yeah, but we're talking about those avalanche debris after the first hit so often, and now we could see that for the skiers this is really crucial because you can't lose your snowboard, but you can lose your skis, and it goes faster than you think in those debris.
Exactly, and we hope it goes fast as well for Kirsten Higgins, our next competitor from Canada. You can hear by the sound up there that those first turns are no powder turns out of the gate.
Yeah, she's out from Whistler. First time as a rider.
Oh, and struggles a little bit after her first drop at the speed check. So she's down, but she has not lost the ski, so she can continue her run. Obviously, there'll be some deduction for control and fluidity, but she can still ride as she planned to do.
Yeah, that's also good. It's like that mistake was at the very, very top of her run. So she still has her whole run to collect some points.
She's ranked 11 in the Freeride Junior overall ranking seeding list with 1,620 points. She has won 2 events 2 years ago, in Whistler and in Big White, 2 2-stars, so she knows how it is to be on a podium. which will be hard today, obviously, after the mistake at the top. But she still has a chance to show a great run and to enjoy the riding down the famous Quellspitze.
Through the half pipe. She's only the second one going there, I think. So still almost untracked. Finding some good turns there. Coming out with speed.
Yeah, it's very hard. If you have a mistake at the top, if you are down, obviously your flow, your momentum, your focus is disturbed. And it's always a good idea to then take it more easy, maybe not go for the big cliffs you drop because you're not at the same concentration level as you obviously were before such a big mistake. So I think very smart of her to take it easy, cruise down, and make it safely to the finish line. Once again, we see the landing was still fine. She's a bit on the back seat and then loses the control and goes down, but then very smartly enjoys her run down the face.
Yeah.
And we are looking forward to our next rider, Teresa Novotná from the Czech Republic, right?
Yes.
But before that, we saw Kirsten one more time at the finish line. Ah, she's all smiles. That's so great to see.
30 points there for Kirsten Higgins.
Second place.
I'm pretty sure she will be back and get a redemption run on that.
Yeah, some riders hike up the Quellspitze one more time after the event for a fun run. One girl that does like competing a lot is Teresa Novotná from the Czech Republic. She has done not less than 10 competitions in the last 2 seasons. All over Europe, in France, in Austria. Yeah. Wow. So a lot of competition experience for Teresa Novotná.
Yeah, she found her way to freeride skiing through cross-country skiing.
Wow, that is unusual.
So, all kinds of skis under her feet. She's loving them all, having a good time in the mountain. You see how tricky is to ski there.
Yeah, but I think it's smart. You know, you don't want to ride over your limit. There's no point for her to go 2 or 3 times the speed and then go for a big crash. She goes at a speed where she's comfortable, you know, very fluid, turn after turn. Maybe not at the highest speed, but it's great free riding, right?
Definitely, always better to do some more turns, but stay in control than doing 2 turns, a tomahawk, and another 2 turns.
Exactly.
Now she's going through the little chute, and we can see there's not a lot of snow left. It's way more icy there.
Yeah, the moment you change from that flatter middle part to that steep section here, yeah, it's hard. You see the skis are on the top of the snow, not sinking in really. So she takes it easy there, slides down over this exposure. Exactly. Now she's out and safe again and ready for the lower part of the face. It's so amazing to have this live footage from the drone. I remember years ago, we only had a camera that was 2 kilometers away and we would see a small black spot going down the mountain. That was freeride competition live filming. And now with the drones in the air, we get such a great feeling for the snow, for the rider. We see every single detail of their runs.
She's having fun down here. She was looking forward to an amazing week, meeting young freeriders from all around the world, having a good time. And it looks like she definitely is having a good time.
I'm sure she is.
Her home mountains are Jestjet in the Czech mountains.
Jestjet.
Jestjet. Never heard of that. I only know Jasna. Well, the 4-star qualifiers. Super cool terrain over there.
Yeah, that's probably why she likes to train as well.
Under the judging line now. Judges in front of us are already taking the notes, discussing the score, while she's drawing her last turns down to the finish area.
She still found some powder at the top, right? Despite we had about 20 riders down the face, there's still some good snow turns to be had at the very top. And the Kappl crew managed to put that finish line gate up again as well. It's such an amazing resort, isn't it, Jeffy? Kappl. Like,
Yeah,
it's
really
not called
cool.
Kappl-Paznaun for nothing. When it dumps, you know, the Quellspitze and the surrounding mountains, they fill up with snow and form some of the most amazing freeride terrain that we have in Austria.
She's smiling.
It's a long run, man. She must have done like 150 turns or something. Wow. Congratulations, Teresa. 28 points. Not spectacular, but very fluid. And I'm sure she's working on stepping out in the future, adding jumps to her run. But I think she can be very proud to be a participant of the Freeride Junior World Championships 2022 here in Kappl. And we go on to a French rider. Bonjour tout le monde en France. Les frères, la mère, le papa, tout le monde is Zoe. Zoe del Zoppo de France. Where is she from, Shafi? Which area? Where do we put her?
She is from La Clusaz, the same mountain range Candide Tovex is from.
And I think you can tell the first two airs, no hesitation. Big drops up there. Wow. Zoe del Zoppo.
Really cool linking those first two ones. She's definitely here to... She wants to ski and win. And is on the way to the far Lucas right side, in the, where we heard from the snowboard man with the snow.
And she's approaching that big mushroom where we saw a male snowboard winner going over. Very smart, taking it easy. Don't want a lot of speed there, but still not stopping. Dropping it, sticking it. The second mushroom drop of the day. She's on her feet. Let's see what exit she has in the pocket for us. Still over this huge exposure with that exit cooler. Keeps it fluid.
Riding
and
the
disappearing from a few. No, coming back up to the ramp. Wow, very creative line by Zoe.
Taking all the boxes there. Some cool air and style at the top. Steep terrain in the middle part. And now...
Wow, 3 brick
really
drops in her pocket. No mistakes. And looks like she's lining up for another cliff. No, going to the left. Woo.
Another one, yeah. A really creative line choice there from Zoe.
Wow, très bien fait, Zoe, très bien fait. Joli saut and un bon run. Very nice run. It was maybe lacking a little bit, like the last jump, a last big cliff for a perfect score, but it'll be a good score for sure. No control issues, very fluid. Yeah, I think she's stoked. Her body language tells she's having a good time now. I'm sure she was really excited at the top. You know, when you go for a big mushroom jump, you feel it in the start.
And I like the way...
Look at it. Bam, so solid.
She approached it, like, no hesitation, but slow and under
that was a spread eagle. We didn't see that before.
Keeping it old school.
Wow, and I think she must have trained hard over summer because she didn't show any sign of fatigue, no tired legs, and the terrain she was in was really tough. Zoe del Zoppo.
80 points, 67 points to beat from Chenemea.
Yeah, we're waiting for the score. That's
a United States.
Challenge for the judges now.
A very similar line.
80 points for our leader.
80.67 was Jenna Mayers. 71
for Zoe.
Going for second place.
Second place here. Yeah, next up in the start gate, we have Gilmaine Morgan from the US out of Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Jackson Hole is one of the famous freeride resorts of the US, and she's fast out of the gate. Doing 2 turns where other riders are doing 5 turns. Look at her. She must have some mogul feel experience. She's riding over the avalanche ball as if it was powder. Very impressive skiing at the top part. The judges see that as well. It's not only drops in speed. It's also the skiing itself. And looks like she's going for the Gnar as well. Right at the entrance to the east wall, right above the mushroom. We have seen Zoe just now. It looks like she's going the same way. Take it on the side. Not going for the big drop, but keeping me very fluid.
And going even further, Lucas, right in an even steeper part.
Wow, nice.
Nice.
Speed exit. No big drops in there, but full speed.
No!
And the tip of her ski gets hung up in the snow just as she's approaching another drop.
But yeah, we're back in this challenging condition. We can see in the steep far, Lucas, right, that there is really nice powder. And as soon as you come out here in this more sunny side, it gets a bit crustier. It's difficult to ski and reduce your speed. And unfortunately, she caught a tip there of the ski, rolled over.
Yes, it felt like she was like safe and sound, right? After coming out full speed from the Gnar, from that couloir. But then her ski got cut up and she had this control issue, we should call it.
Yeah, and it's really, especially with that speed, if your uphill ski, your nose gets caught, it's so difficult to stay on the feet. And it's, yeah, really unfortunate for her. I really liked the way she attempted a mushroom, bit to the side, and then keep on going to the skier's left side with full speed through that couloir, little double section there. Really cool line.
Big line from Morgan Kilmaine, but unfortunately falling. But still 44 points, 33 points, and going for the third place right now.
That would have been a podium run without that
Morgan,
mistake. But
congratulations.
still, great riding, Morgan. Very, very amazing, very brave. And the next rider girl, Sofia Bisbee, is very interesting because her mom is Peruvian. Who would think we have a half Peruvian competitor here at the Freeride Junior World Championships? Sofia Bisbee. The snow conditions are not getting easier in that very top part.
Yeah, she's riding solid skiing there for her, making her way also towards the Lucas right side, I think. Still in the middle of the phase. We'll see which directions you will decide to go.
Yeah, she's ranked number 13 in the worldwide ski woman seating list at the moment. Okay, now crossing over towards the half pipe and the east wall.
Training with the Mad River Glen free ski team. Now she's also back on the far Lucas right side.
Wow, look at this terrain. That's a great shot from the drone being a little higher up. How small she is between those big cliffs and how much
compared to
exposure
the
on there, huh?
mushroom.
Crazy. Not going for the extreme moves, but looking very stable, keeping it fluid, turn after turn. You can tell how steep it is. Like every turn she does, the snow starts actually going down the mountain with her. It's called slough, and when there's more powder snow, this can take you down like a small avalanche. Not burying you, but enough to take you off your feet. So you have to be always aware of that snow that's coming down with you.
And she's having some beautiful turns there. Also now going back onto the ramp.
And you can see that flag that was put there by the organization, by the safety crew, to help the riders in their orientation. I think a great idea, because you don't want anyone to do a turn off the wrong way, right? And then landing on a rock.
Yeah, and I think also because of the snow conditions, all that rocks on the right side of her now are closed due to safety reason. We have seen people jumping off there in the last couple of years, but of course there was like 3 meters more power.
And for all our riders, especially from the region too, from the US especially, and Canada, when they have their competitions over there, they do on-slope inspections. So the riders are allowed to be on the face, check their lines, check their takeoffs, and then go back up and do the actual competition run. Where here in Region 1 in Europe, we only do our visual inspection, which means you cannot ride the venue a month before the competition. So it's only scouting and scoping with binoculars from the bottom, from the side, and then you have to visualize your line, which is obviously a lot more demanding.
Yeah, and then also if you're not used to it and you have in the start gate with only visual inspection, that's also some more pressure and makes you nervous.
So she's probably not going to challenge Jenna Mayers at the top spot, but she definitely could challenge third place with this run.
Yeah, 44 points on the
It's more
third place at the moment. It will be a tough decision for the judges there.
Well, Morgan was riding more aggressively, but he had that big mistake. He fall at the bottom. Sophie's run was very clean, not as spectacular at the same time. So very hard for the judges to compare, but we will know in a moment. Once more, beautiful riding by Sophia Bisbee. With a very creative line choice, getting into the knob first, onto the ramp, and then out with a small drop, and the clean one all the way to the bottom. And there she is approaching the finish line. I'm sure those legs are burning. It's such a long and hard run in these snow conditions down from Quellspitze to the finish line.
Big applause for the American girl.
Yeah, she is though claiming it safe and healthy in the finish area. That's always the number one important thing. And we see here 32 points for Sophia Bisbee. And next up we have Alize Grivel out from Switzerland, from Nonda, riding with the Nonda Freeride team.
Yeah, Nonda hosts one of the most renowned qualifiers, four-star qualifier, the Nonda Freeride, where many stars have been born already, and it has an amazing amount of freeride terrain, and has brought up a lot of great riders who also successfully compete on the World Tour since many, many years.
Easily finding her way there through the avalanche debris like it was nothing.
Yeah, she seems very comfortable.
Yeah, she is expecting a podium from that this competition here, and basically she is here for the win.
12 competitions on her account in the last 24 months, and most times she landed on the podium. So she is being spoiled, and I think she will do everything trying to keep up that standard. Whoa!
Cool creative entry on the ramp there.
I like it when they manage to drop in without stopping and have a look, which is
and
so hard.
And another one.
Entry and exit
double.
drop.
Perfect.
Woo.
Really cool. Yeah, she learned how to ski when she was only 2 years old. And is skiing a lot with her brother, who is also doing the qualifier tour. Really cool. A lot of, like, Leo Slamet is out from Nonda, I think. Legends like Jeremy Heights, Maxime Chablot, all skiing there. Awesome terrain, great.
Leo is from Germany, and Jeremy is from a place not too far from Nonda, but yeah, it's all the Swiss Romand, a breeding ground for some of the best freeriders of the world. It's not by chance that Verbier Extreme, the now final of the World Tour, is still what it is, the most crazy extreme freeride competition we know. Really beautiful exit there. I think that's going to put her score right up there.
Big applause for Switzerland.
A cool drone shot there as well.
Very technical line.
She is
Good
stoked,
rotation.
having
And
fun.
some very nice drops in her run. 80 points, 67 points to beat from Jeremias.
Yeah, that should be a good scoring run.
Excited what the judges will say about her run. Challenge for the podium for sure, I think.
Yeah, for sure. The conditions are not changing too much, right, Chris? I mean, we were expecting maybe the snow to go softer with the sun, to be hard on the east wall, but it seems quite staying the same for all competitors.
Yeah, it's true. It's also cool because it's very fair for all competitors if they all have kind of same conditions. Yeah, as I said, maybe when the sun shines in a bit longer and the shadow comes back into the east wall, we will see more difference. But right now, awesome conditions up there.
Yeah, the lower bibs always have those pristine untracked conditions, and the higher bibs have the advantage of seeing how the conditions are. They're able to watch the riders before them, and might have to change their angles on the jumps to have fresh landings, but they usually get a better idea of the snowpack, so it usually balances out throughout the whole field of starters. So Alice Gribble waiting hard for the scores as a drone is already ready for the next rider in the gate.
And next up we have Charlotte Aymon, also from Switzerland. Her home mountain is Anseré. I don't know where that is, but she's training with the Nonda Freeride team, so also in the same area where she's from.
Okay, we'll get the score afterwards. I'm just hearing from our back office, and we're watching Charlotte Aymon from Switzerland. She already did the Verbier Freeride Week this year. Was a 2-star under 18 qualifier, finishing 6th there. So she has some competition experience in her pocket from this year already. So heading for the big half pipe. There's still plenty of powder left.
Yeah, there have not been a lot of riders in there yet. You can see some very good turns. A lot of opportunities to change from the half pipe to the ramp, as we've seen
Ja, bis die Ski drauf sind. Ich hab die Ski nicht gesehen.
Alice right in front of her.
Scheiße.
We'll see what she has lined up for us.
Das ganze Frame drauf gehabt noch.
So difficult
Wow.
to... Yeah, really cool entry there.
Ich hab das nicht gesehen drinnen.
She has to stop for a few seconds. Obviously, that will cost her some points in the fluidity, yeah, and in the overall impression. It's obviously much nicer if the riders manage to go right for their moves and not having to stop to check the line one more time. But it was only a quick stop, and she's still moving nicely towards her exit area.
Yeah, and that air from the half pipe onto that ramp, it's so hard to navigate. As we said, it's almost shaped like a half pipe, so you have to go uphill and can't see over. It's a blind rollover where you go first uphill from the half pipe, and you have to exactly to know where you are. It's really difficult to navigate there, and she did it very well.
Yeah, that exit there we've seen a couple of times now. That's a really nice one. It's like a double with a wide open landing. So obviously a lot of riders liked it a lot. It's interesting that we have the snowboarders. We have seen the majority of snowboarders going down on the Lucas left side of the mountain. And now with the skier girls, we have seen the majority going down on the Lucas right side of the mountain.
Yeah, I think that's because of the conditions. With the skis in this steep terrain, even if it's more icy, you have two edges. It's way more easier to stay in control.
Whoa! Two nice bottom airs.
Cool double down.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, he was here on the ramp and in the run out. He just kept it together. Very strong skier as well, Alice Gribble.
Where are you going?
And she almost misses the finish. Wanting to go directly to her friends, but we want to see her right there in front of the camera.
We will get the point first from Alice Gribel.
Good job, Alice.
We'll see just in a few sections.
Very cool. Waiting for the score here. She's smiling, having a good time. 47 points. Second place for Alice Gribel. But that was Alice before. Now we have Campbell Bates. She is coached by her brother Hank Bates, both out of Snowboard, Utah. First time on the Junior World Championships.
We're going on with the United States of America, Kappl Bates. Oh, Kappl Bates really.
Wow, and she's right there already. What a fast run by Campbell Bates. Super quick.
Super fast through that steep section. And now is she also coming? Where did she go? Back on the ramp.
Yeah, the camera was expecting her somewhere else.
Super fluid run till now. No hesitation, little air into the chute and an air out. And some big turns in the wide open field down there.
That was one of the fastest runs of the day, Miles, and that even though she went through some of the gnarliest parts.
Short work of that steep terrain, no hesitation. Just letting the skis go.
What's her home resource, Sophie? Do we have any info on
the home resource says Snowboard, Utah.
Oh, right next to Salt Lake City. We already also had a World Tour stop there, and it's a huge freeride community. I know the freeride club there has hundreds of kids and juniors, wanting to be one of the best.
Also competing since she's 10 years old.
United States of America.
I could not imagine myself being in a start gate of freeride competition at 10 years old, still ski racing.
No, so 53 was the score for Charlotte to in the finish line, and now we're waiting for the score of Campbell
Bates.
Exactly. I like it. Everyone's in the finish line. It's all smiles. I haven't seen any rider like being angry. Look at that. She jumps right into the gnar. And then the camera lost her for a bit. That's why we don't have that entry onto the ramp. 66-33.
Close behind the podium. Next up, Ringham Madison from the US. Unfortunately, I don't have any information about her background. Going full speed through the avalanche debris. No problem for her.
Well, she won the two-star qualifier in Kirkwood last year. She finished second on another one in Kirkwood and second in Alpine. So podium after podium for her. Currently being ranked 29 in the worldwide seeding list, and she's aiming for the half pipe.
Coming into the half pipe. Now you can see it's when they want to go onto the ramp, they have to navigate on an uphill blind spot. Beautiful, how you see it.
And of course also searching for her.
See where she's planning. She rides it out or goes to the right on the ramp. Now she's lining up one. Yeah, found her exit.
Very
Small
fluid,
air.
yeah.
Very nice drop, very clean landing from
And stays in the steep part of
This
the
is the last part. This is the last possibility
ramp.
to get more points. From
And we hear our
judges.
key speaker
Like a
Kai
big
from the
one,
finish line.
yeah.
Yeah, going all crazy about her exit there. Beautiful exit.
And
She
full
kept the
speed.
best for last, and now she's blasting towards the finish line. All the way to the rider's left. We haven't seen any rider go all the way out there yet.
Yeah, great run also from here. Look at that turn up to the bottom there. Right in front of the rock. Beautiful turns in the steep half pipe. Really fluid run. Excited how the judges will reward that.
That was quite a big air down there.
Yeah, it was brand new. First one. It's the first one hitting it today.
Yeah, she can be happy. Now,
Also always cool if you show the judges something new.
yeah, we can see our judges right here. With the brain smoking as always. The good thing is you always, as a judge, only have to compare one competitor to the other. So you give a score, but then you also compare, see which competitor you're close to, and then you can still fine-tune and say, all right, if I compare these two runs exactly, then that one was a little better, a little higher, that one a little lower. It helps a lot to that this judging method has been established.
She is waiting. It takes time. They are discussing. So as you see, it's even if you can compare them. Now we got a score 59.67 for Madison Ringham.
So that is just behind the podium, but I think she can be proud of that run.
Here, next up in the start gate, Aiden Amundsen out of Canada. Again from the Fernie Alpine Resort. Her brother was competing in the 2018 Junior World Championships, and now it's her turn.
Totally different approach, all the way to the rider's right, behind the ridge even, which I think is smart because the snow is pretty much untouched there. Lining up her first air. Nice one. It's not an easy jump, that one, because it's blind, like you don't see the landing at all until you're like really in the air. So the way she rode, she could go all the way around those avalanche balls and had some very smooth riding. So very smart line choice of her to reach the half pipe, and also very fast. I'm amazed of the speed of her snowboard, ski women's field. They're really ripping it up there, full speed descents.
Yeah, and a fun fact here. What are your plans for the future? Did we ask her, and she told us, in the future I plan to enjoy a nice medium rare steak. She will deserve that after this long, challenging run down the famous Quellspitze.
Yeah, definitely not a vegetarian. Eden Amundsen, nice exit there. Wow, that'll be a tough one for the judges. We've seen a couple of very similar runs now, all almost equally fast. Yeah, she's
claiming it. She's happy.
Yeah, I think she did exactly what she planned. No mistakes, as fast as possible. Yo, I don't want to be a judge right now, having to make the difference between those runs. Whew, so similar.
Yeah, that's now exactly what you said. It's similar runs, similar speed. Really.
I liked her line chest at the top especially. So smart to go around the mogul field in the smooth snow. Really smart.
That entry, that exit air.
Eden is stoked, and that's what we want to see. Smiling faces and hair flopping in the air. One happy girl down at the finish line.
Super cool. Her style reminds me of Anne Wangler. Always with the beanie over the helmet and the hair is coming out in front.
Yeah.
Having fun.
Let's
Big smile on her face.
Yeah. Let's remember the judging categories: line, air and style, fluidity, control, and good skiing technique. And as a rider, you want to tick all the boxes, and that's the hard part. 63, 63, 33. I think that's we've had that score before, right? If I took the right notes, it's the same score as Kappl-Paznaun, which is very rare to have two riders at the same score. Yeah, which is a podium.
Next, Sanna Solien from Hemsedal in Norway.
Hemsedal being famous, especially among freestylers, for some of the biggest kickers ever built in the world in amazing film sessions. I'm stoked we have Scandinavian riders here.
She's looking up to her coach, Kai Sakrisen.
Kai, a legend in its days. He was already competing almost 20 years ago, and we were good friends. We're in the same team. Oh, and I'm sure he told her to stay on her feet, which he tried to, but it seemed that landing was a little hard on that second drop area up there.
At least she has both her skis on, so she can continue her run. And as I know Kai Sakrisen, maybe she has something big lined up to get a redemption for that control issue in the top part. We'll see. Traversing out to the far looker's left side of the face again.
Yeah,
full speed, untouched snow over there. Finding fresh tracks. A lot of speed now to the wind lip. Big one! Whoa! No hesitation there.
You were so right. In Kai Sakris's footsteps. Kai was called the Flying Squirrel for a reason, because he was flying around the faces.
Look where she landed.
And Sanna Solien flew for must have been 20 meters or more.
3 times further than everyone else who went over that wind lip.
We can see her waving her arms, which means she's fine. And she's standing. Did she lose a ski or?
I think she lost a pole, maybe. Looks like she's only having 1 pole.
Yeah, you're right. She was flying, so that was that top air. She perfect under control, but then a little backseated, and the next compression gets her.
Landed an old tractor. This looks no hesitation.
Look at that air! Whoa!
Landed also in an old track. Maybe that was the reason for this small back seat, which ended up in a rollover tomahawk, unfortunately.
But that would have been either way very hard to hold on to. It was not too steep landing for the length of the jump. But I like it, you know. She had that issue at the top. She had nothing to lose. She was not over any exposure anymore. So why not just go full speed and fly?
Yeah, and Norwegians are well known for ski jumping.
Yeah, we know. So maybe she should took that as a role model and thought, I can fly as well. Yeah, exactly. Wow, how many girls do we have left, Jeffy?
3 more.
3 more girls. To beat is still Jenna Meyer's score of 80.67, which is still in first place, bib number 1. That's a rare occasion. As we see Sanna Soljan cruise down.
Yeah, it's so tough to be on it. As we have live scoring, they know that she is in the lead, and she knows it the whole day. It's so, yeah, not that easy. It's exciting. You have to wait the whole day to result, watch the whole comp. And yeah, we'll see if one of our last 3 riders can put her in second place. Sanna Soljan going down to the finish area here. Having a good time, that's the most important thing. She's safe, happy, big air, smiling.
Yeah, this was a huge drop.
Yeah, that was much bigger than I expected. Oh my god.
10 points for Sanna Soljan. Of course, with a big crash like that, the score is not very high. But yeah, our third last rider, Felicia Andersson, out of Verbier, Switzerland. She is training with the Freeride World Tour Club Verbier. First time on the Junior World Championships for her.
No hesitation. Out of the gate, over the first cliff. Second cliff at a new angle. Pretty smart, jump into the pocket. Keep it together.
Yeah, managed to stay on her feet through the top section there.
And the third air. That's amazing. She like took every single jump possible. So she's not even halfway down the face. So, and has a great score already. Let's see what she has planned for the middle part, which is so hard for orientation. Yeah, you go to that skier's right, and then it rolls over, gets steeper and steeper, and then they run out of the cliffs. As you can see, the snowboarders have very difficult snow conditions.
I think the most challenging part over there is that the run out has different snow conditions as the takeoffs.
Exactly.
So yeah, on the takeoff, expect the landing, and then the landing is probably totally different.
Exactly. So she's playing it smart, not risking too much there. Keeping together, no big airs in that area, but very fluid riding.
A lot of speed, finding some fresh turns there.
Oh, almost going into a new area, coming back
She's
underneath the big cliffs. What is she planning to do? Look at it. Very creative.
Creative line choice there.
Onto this ramp. Woo! I don't think I've seen anyone ever ride this part of the face. And that's a mandatory drop at the end here, which just sticks.
Really cool.
Oh,
no! In the outrun. On the traverse track.
That must have been some old hard part. It was so fluid and so flawless up to the point. Oh, she'll be spewing. What a creative line. I really like that, how she got herself over the mandatory air. Wow.
Opens up a whole new zone there.
Still a great run. 3 drops at the top, very fluid in the middle, lots of creativity with another drop. Then unfortunately, a little control issue. I hope we get a replay to see what exactly happened there. She had landed that air already. That was a bang. 1, 2, 3 at the top. Really amazing. Very impressive top part.
Jumped over everything.
Yeah,
which came in her way.
And now look, she gets it. She keeps it so fluid, so hard for orientation. The mandatory drop. Look at it. It's an ice fall. She jumps over, lands it, stands. And I think she must have hit that traverse track.
Traverse track. Probably catching a.
But she showed us the potential. Yeah, but she showed us a lot of potential for the future with that orientation, those orientation skills, and cliff dropping skills, which we saw at the top. Wow, she will go a long way.
Yeah, 2 more riders left at the top. Where we're waiting for the score here for Felicia Andersson.
It's so hard. The judges, as a judge, you see this a great run like this one, and you want to give a high score, but you have to, deduct for the control issues. And then it's about how much do you deduct, how do you compare it to a run that was clean, that was maybe not as spectacular, but without any control problems. That is some of the hardest parts of judging. It's why the judges are taking their time to come up with the right decision.
Yeah, especially after 13 riders. It's not getting easier for the judges. The gaps between the riders are getting tighter. So they really take their time to be sure to put her in the right spot where she deserves to be with her run.
Andersson, I'm sure she must have some Swedish blood in her with that name. Maybe her mom and or dad are both moved to Switzerland, to Verbier, for the love of freeriding, which she has for sure as well in her. Wow, she can be proud no matter what the score. That was a great run. I really like that low part. Look at the exposure she went over if you look out the window. That's like a 30-meter cliff, and she went into it so flawlessly, like without any fear. Very, very strong, right?
Yeah, and really creative, as we said. First time we've seen someone there. 49.33 for Felicia Andersson, currently ranked number 8.
Yeah, full crash is a full crash, unfortunately. So, 2 more riders. Sonja Todien, second to last one.
She is the teammate of Felicia Andersson, also out from Verbier, training with the Verbier Freeride Club, and we can see same top and air straight out of the gate. Another air, full speed, just one turn in between jump 1 and 2, really cool.
And turning jump 2 into a transfer, and now already at jump 3, sticking that landing. Wow, those girls rip. You can see that they do a proper freeride training. Here's jump number 4. Very nice top part. And I wonder if you're going to see the same line. Sometimes we see that the teams that 2 friends scope the same line and then do the same line and just see who can do it better and faster.
She's fun. Is she also... Will be interesting. She's attempting the windlip. The big windlip. Is she? Where is she? Couldn't see the camera. Jump over the windlip. I think only the second one jumping the big windlip there today.
Yeah.
And another small shifty there. Finding some little jumps. Good snow. Her favorite mountain, of course, Verbier.
Yeah, Verbier is such an amazing breeding ground for freeriding. If you go there on day 1 after snowfall, as the weather clears up, it's amazing. You go up the Atlas Gondola, and below and to the left of the ride, you see the most amazing lines being ridden. Like the level in freeriding there is so high that it's great. Wow, and you can tell. Look at it, how all that self-confidence. How comfortable she is. Bum, bum, bum. Those 3 first drops. Very.
Super fast.
Yeah, very impressive.
Another one there, look. Finds all the little...
I kind of think she should have put in like another drop in the middle of her run to for a higher score, because it was a great run. Just lacked that like spectacular middle air that we could see from some riders who went to the riders left into the Nar and the east wall.
Yeah, and I think that maybe will be also a tough thing for the judges now, as she was going fast through the middle section to the windlip, but riding past some potential airs there.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see what they make of it. Our second to last rider, Sonja Todien from the Verbier area. All professional with her Fjwc keys in her arms. And she's about as anxiously waiting for a score as we are and as anyone else is. As I look out the window, I see at least 100 people, spectators right there. They're also waiting for their scores. They're watching closely. It's like a big freeride party up here today.
Yeah, and also in front of us, Sonja Todon,
77 points.
Second place. Woo! Which means
Congratulations,
with
Sonja.
only one more rider to go, she is definitely on the podium.
Exactly. She just kicked Zoe Del Sopo off the podium.
And our last rider, we have Tyra Erica. She was also with me on the mountain yesterday with the little line workshop we had. Had a chat and lived with her. She was not able to compete the whole last season. Just did one on Saturday, like 3 days ago.
Wow.
Crashed, became 6th, and said she's still happy with her skiing and she's stoked to be here and happy to be on the competing tour again.
Yeah, I'm sure she is, because in the 1920 season she did not less than 8 competition, with her best result being a 2nd in Norway, which was a 2nd in the under 18 junior 2-star junior comp. So she's taking it fairly easy in that upper part, and
yeah, 17 years old, lives in Oslo, but skis most of the time in Hemsedal. And is pointing on a big rock.
yeah, she's standing here. I wonder if this is what she plans to do. Still, there is a small axis snowboard which she can do, or she has to take some speed and go over the cliff.
Going switch on the rock. Fortunately, some hesitation there.
There she goes. Yeah, it was hard to find that little snow patch, but obviously you want to keep your speed up and not think about it too long.
Yeah, but that's also smart riding. I really like that. It's sometimes in the competition you come to a spot, you scoped it, and when you're there it still looks different. You have to decide in a split second, do I take the hesitation, or do I take the risk and just go for it?
I think that's the reason why, you know, when I was still already very old, 42, and did my last season on the Freeride World Tour, became a vice world champion, you have all this experience, and it makes it just so much easier to judge the size of the cliffs and to know your way around on the way down after scoping that line. And for the younger generation, it's sometimes still very hard to copy paste what you see through binoculars into your brain and then have it there when you ride down.
And while we were talking, there was a small control issue there. Wonder if it was still in the judging area.
Yeah, I think that still was. So that's not going to help her score. Nevertheless, another good run, another one safe down the mountain. And this wraps up our women's category, right?
Yes.
And I think we do have a winner. Well, we will, because Erika Tag is not going to challenge the 80.67 points of Jenna Myers. So it looks like Jenna Myers is going to take this one home.
I think so, definitely. Coming out with bib number 1. Put the pressure on her fellow competitors, and they cracked under the pressure. Nobody managed to kick her off the
that doesn't
hot
happen
seat
too
again.
often, that bib number 1 fires down a run like this. That is not matched by any others. Tara Erika, 25 points.
She's still smiling, Joe.
Oh, well, she just wrote down one of the most amazing competition venues in the whole Freeride Junior World Tour scene, so I think she's got to be stoked. Yeah, as Kai is saying it at the finish line, we are waiting for the official results, but unofficially, I think we can tell at least the first 3. And
Very great show from all the girls here at the Freeride Junior World
so how did we wrap up the girls skiing category? I think it was amazing. Jenna Myers, 86.67, bib number 1, rank number 1, Freeride Junior World Champion in girls skiing 2022 in Kappl, Austria is Jenna Myers from the USA. Followed by Sonja Todien from Switzerland and Alice Gravel also from Switzerland. Wow, what a battle.
Yeah, 4 riders, all over 70 points. A really close podium there. Hard day for the judges.
Yeah, because it was so delightful, we'll be watching that winning run of Jenna Myers one more time. And it's a nice one to watch. Coming out of start gate, going for that first air. Bam! Look at it, those legs sticking it like one of the big boys. Yeah. And going into the half pipe, no hesitation. I like this one. She checks where she has to go, goes back, and then drops immediately without stopping into the steep. Look at it,
Very
straight
smart
down,
riding there, yeah.
waiting till the good snow comes up, and only then going for a speed check and a nice exit there. Wow. Really, really impressive riding by Jenna Myers. Congratulations from our side to the victor. And we have Elliot Dancer with an interview at the finish with Jenna.
It was a little, some spots was a little variable, but it was pretty good. Not bad.
Managed to find a good spot. And how did you feel at the top?
Pretty nervous since it's my first time visually inspecting. I was a little nervous I wasn't going to find where I was going. I managed.
Then how was the waiting in the hot seat? Because you've been on the hot seat from the beginning of the competition to the end.
I was a little nervous. Well, I was a little, like, how do I
Nervous.
Yeah, like nervous. Just kind of watching it and just waiting to see if someone just...
And what about your feelings now?
I feel great.
Anyone you want to congrats?
My coaches, Matt Lusko and Justin Holder. Couldn't have done it without you guys. And pretty cool.
Woo, world champion!
Yeah.
Let's go!
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, yeah.
All right. Congratulations one more time to a new Women's Junior Freeride World Champion. And yeah, before we hit the last category of the day, the ski man, we'll have a look at the Freeride World Tour Academy.
Slash!
Yeah, the Freeride World Tour Academy, a great way to know your way around free riding in a very safe way, which is obviously the most important, right, out there in the backcountry. And we are ready for our last category of today, ski man. Yeah, wow, Shafi, what do you think? What can we expect today of our ski boys who are up there at the start gate right now?
I hope for a lot of freestyling tricks, fast runs, big airs. As we've seen, the Lucas right side, the famous east wall, has good snow. So
it's a super international field which we have here with the boys. 32 skiers from 13 nations, right? That's
Andorra,
amazing.
Canada, New Zealand, Norway, USA, France, Sweden, Austria. 5 nations in the first 10 riders already.
Wow, that's going to be amazing. 32 riders, so it's going to be a while till we hit the end. I don't want to be a judge here because I'm very sure, many of those runs are going to be great. Keep in mind, the juniors are not allowed to do any head over heels moves, so no front flips, no back flips, no inverted 360s. But 360s is something we will see for sure today within this category.
Yeah, and I think we are ready. The judges are getting ready in front of us there. And our first rider, Alex Mortes, is ready in the start gate to open up the ski man category.
Will come in a second.
Judges having an apple there.
Yeah, the Andorra freeride scene seeing a big push, obviously, since the World Tour has a stop there since a couple of years, and we have seen a couple of riders coming out of Andorra in those last years, which always had as the landmark straight, fast, big drop riding.
He's looking up to Christopher Rodell, riding the same skis than Tyrolean. We stop with first 3 there already. Interesting way, doing big turn and using this little lip there as a kicker. Made the way already through the avalanche debris and on his way to the half pipe.
Yeah, strong skier. You couldn't really tell that he's going on avalanche balls there. Wow, finds another hit which we haven't seen yet at the entrance to the half pipe. And I presume he's going to go over to the right onto the ramp sooner or later there.
I think so as well. We can see him looking out of the window, making his way down there through the half pipe. Wonder where he planned. Seems like he's looking for something. Oh.
Not sure this is the exact entry he wanted to take. He was standing on the rock for a second.
Going for it.
No hesitation though, coming back into the half pipe. It's not easy, the sun and shadow changing areas. You lose visibility for a second. It's very easily to
now on the big one.
Not see something for a second. Yeah, safe exit.
And another. That's a cool jump down there. Really well scoped from Alex Mortes, sorry.
Alex Mortes. No big drop, but 2 360s in one run. Yeah, they will help him with the score. Our first ride on from Andorra.
I really like the bottom 3 there. Coming out of this, it's actually a top 360 there. All super creative, how he find the takeoff.
I think the middle part lacked a bit of creativity. I mean, just going down the half pipe in turns is nice, but we have seen so many. Yeah, that's a great jump there. But we have seen more creative runs with more jumps, with more exposure. So that's definitely going to reflect in his line score, which is probably not going to go through the roof with this run.
Yeah, we see how the judges will reward it. It's the first rider, so it's always tough. 55.3 there for Alex Mortes. Judges leave a lot of space up to the 100 there, so they're expecting probably
some amazing action as we do. Maybe that's what we get from Scott Mason from Canada.
Out of Whitewater, first time on the Junior World Tour, first time in Europe. Super stoked to travel here.
Whoa!
And a big 3. Another angling. Keep on the speed.
That was
Make
huge.
it. Whoa! Yeah. Full speed through the avalanche debris.
Jumping
with another little jump.
Jumping around like a rubber ball. Yeah. Looked like he was in a catapult on that middle air there. Wow.
And into the NR.
Not hesitating. Very fluid entry into snowboard. We're just getting to Shannon with a big drop right onto the ramp.
Right.
Wow. He's probably not being used to visual inspection coming from Canada, but can't see any of that. So fluid. Look at this.
Big one. Whoa. Stay on your feet. Yeah. Unbelievable.
What a jump was that? Scott Mason with one of the moves of the day, a huge 360. And then one of his skis gets eaten away, and his skis in one ski, and it has it together, and then his ski gets taken again, and again skis in one ski. Eventually managed not to fall and ride it out. I wonder if the judge is going to say this was a big control issue, or if it was the most amazing recovery of the year. Wow, either way is possible.
That's a big question because he was in control. He was skiing on one ski.
He was skiing.
In control. So,
and that, look at him. Like,
maybe they judge him down for the technique, but the control was definitely
this
there.
three was already big. And such fluid riding middle. Look at it. No hesitation. A lot of speed onto the ramp. Bang! Airing off it. And now the three, that highlight of the run. Full speed for like 50 meters. That's a 20. It's a 20+ meter drop, and he basically rides it out in one ski. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, that bottom air is very famous for Kappl. It's one of the classic exit airs off the ramp, but I've never seen someone spinning that one.
Like, this is something we haven't seen when the Freeride World Tour was here. It took Scott Mason from Canada to do this run. Amazing. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Wow. I'm just rider number 2, and if we could stand up, I'd be standing right now. I can't hardly sit anymore here in this truck.
Also, his second air onto the ramp was very good. He riding from the sunny half pipe into the shadow part on the sunny takeoff, jumping into a shadow landing. That's
80
so hard.
points for Scott Mason. So I can tell that they definitely took off some points for the control, because otherwise there would have been a higher 80. But still an amazing one. Wow. And he goes bang, bang, bang with the next rider, Tom Freeman in New Zealand, who should be at home in these conditions, right?
New Zealand from the famous Mount Olympus, training with the Mount Olympus freeride team. That's guys where Craig Murray came out of.
And he just won a 3-star a few months ago in New Zealand. Yeah, the 3-star under 18 Remarkables comp in New Zealand. Wow, beautiful middle part, making use of the terrain perfectly. Not just cruising for, look at, they're going for a big one, but onto the sideways ramp, unfortunately.
Losing both of his skis, but he's waving, he is fine.
He landed the run, but then the Traverse came over, and you can tell that put him off balance. He probably wasn't there when he did his coping. Maybe that's the track that the skiers and snowboarders that went that way today put in there. So he lost both skis, but he's fine. Yeah, you can see here how that Traverse deck at the top comes in and affected his control at the landing. And you see how great the security system works. Not even 20 seconds gone. The ski dude's already there, giving him his keys so he can continue his run down. It's going to be a no score, unfortunately. As we know, losing his key means a no score. But those two airs that hit at the top and the lower one really showed his abilities of a great free rider. Wow, great line scoping too, because that part of the face is much harder to see from the area where the riders scope. And to get your angle right on those jumps is not very easy. Tom Freeman. What else do we have from him, our Kiwi fellow?
Yeah, as already mentioned, he is from Mount Olympus, skiing there. Mount Olympus, I've been there as well. It's a small club field on the South Island of New Zealand. It's just amazing terrain, also the home playground of Craig Murray. And you can see it here.
Yeah, a tiny bit backseat in the landing and then exploded, but he's having fun, he's safe. He's good. He's on the way to the finish. And, wow, he can be proud of his performance for sure.
Going full speed to the finish area. I hang out with him yesterday after face check a little bit. Really
One big applause for
cool
our
young dude.
rider, Tom Freeman.
Yeah, that air he chose there, which led to his fall eventually, was amazing. Like another new one, another air we have never seen on the Quellspitze before. It's amazing how the young guys, you know, come up with those creative lines. They see jumps and cliffs which they have not seen in any video. They just think it's gotta be possible, and yeah, they check the takeoff and the landing, and they go for it.
So next out of the start gate we have Andreas Bakke from Norway, living in Oslo, going full speed at the top.
Yeah, you could tell by his body language that he a lot of aggressiveness, just dodging the rocks up there at his second jump. Now crossing the avalanche field and heading towards the half-pipe area. Whoa, nice
Cool
and big air with the
jump there.
shifty. Yeah.
Working his way through the half pipe. Finding another new exit air onto the ramp there.
Wow, no problem sticking it. Speed check, and I wonder what we're going to see now. Looks like he's heading in a similar direction as Scott before, but not going for the big air. Doing the classic exit with a lot of speed. Nice and fluid. Andreas Bakke from Norway. The riders look so big on the screen, but if you look out the window, especially when they're in the half pipe, they're just disappeared. There's just like a head of a little needle in a haystack. The mountain is so big, and the riders are so small. It's really amazing. An amazing venue, the Quellspitze here in beautiful Kappl. So Andreas Bakke working his way down to the finish line. As we see one more time, ooh, almost got caught up at the rock there at the start at his first air, and then just landing next to it on the second air. That was a really nice one. Really floaty entry air onto the half pipe and no hesitation at the entry on the ramp. That was for sure the highlights of his run. Now that we can see what is possible on those bottom airs, obviously we know that to be on the podium, you will need to go big on one of those airs, like really big.
Yeah, that's in ski man category. Throughout the last years, the level went so incredible high that somewhere in your run you have to go big to be on the podium. And
exactly, and going big doesn't mean going crazy. It doesn't mean like risking your health. It just means finding a feature that suits your ability, and just like, you know, go for this big jump, this big air, or this big super fast section, or this big trick that leaves everyone being stoked, including yourself.
And as we have seen before, and the ladies on the wind lip, it must not be the big, like the highest drop. It can also be just a small roller which you take with a lot of speed and just fly a long distance. There are plenty options for that on that face.
Going for the second place.
Excited what we see.
67.76, second place at the moment for Takakar. Congratulations.
That was
to
Andreas Bakke. Takakar
sorry,
is
Takakar
now up next. From the US, out of Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
They have him here as Car Tucker, but I'm pretty sure it's Takakar, right? Going for the two classic entry airs. As I was watching closely from the drone, look, he's comfortable even in the avalanche balls. Gives us a little shifty, just catching the air there. And going all the way to the rider's left, to the Nar right above the mushroom right now.
Oh
and
no!
Gets
Sweden.
gets hung out in one of the tracks, and
then, oh.
Oh, that really caught him by surprise. He seemed so strong and so in control, and I think it's just the tail of his ski just caught an old track and put him totally off balance, which doesn't keep him from doing a big exit air. Wow.
What a creative air at the bottom.
Wow, and we switched to looking out the window because it's even better.
We were talking about that lip before today.
Yeah, you said if you were to ride the comp. Yeah, you said you would. This is where you would go, right? Woo! Not a big one. He shows he's capable of doing a big line. Very unfortunate getting hung up in the steepest part of the face with the tails of his skis and losing his balance.
Those two bottom airs, really creative scouting from Tucker Carr there. Really cool hits. It's all first timers, I think.
Yeah, totally. Amazing the creativity of the juniors here. Even though I believe that Tucker will be a little grumpy with himself about what happened right there. He seemed so in control and so flowy, so strong. And also showed in the lower part of the face what he's capable of.
Yeah, and I'm sure he wanted to fly over the mushroom.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what his plan was.
Then it would have been an amazing run.
Yeah.
See what happens.
He enters, wants to the turn, but just gets hung up and slides by the mushroom switch rather than jumping. Then I think he continues his line as planned. Exit air, back to the wall. Small transfer and then a last air as well. Wow, lands right in the reverse track, but it doesn't even affect him. Tucker Carr, what's his home resort, Shafi?
As I said already, Jackson Hole, Wyoming, training with the Jackson Hole Evolution team. He's here to send it with a bunch of awesome athletes. I think he showed that he can send it.
Yeah, he definitely did. And I think a big sender as well is Owen Carlson, our next rider, also from the US.
But he is from Snowboard, and Alta are his home mountains, living in Salt Lake City.
Yeah. It's a bit like Innsbruck there. You have the big city and then you drive 20-30 minutes and you can go to a couple of different resorts.
He's on his way to the...
Whoa,
big
supersizing the half-pipe entrance air. Nice style, no control issue at all, being fully in control, his skis close together. And knowing exactly where he wants to go from the half-pipe onto the ramp super fast.
Looks like he landed exactly in the bumble there.
Yeah, got a little hard.
Strong legs. And a big one into the chute.
We have seen a lot of riders riding into that gully and then airing out, but he jumped into it and jumped out.
And another one down here.
And a spread eagle down there. Woo! Yeah, finally a rider who makes use of the features down in the lower part of the venue before the approaching the judge's line.
Wait, it's a spread eagle. It's all those super cool wind lip there. Let's check the replay. Very funny, I think 2 weeks ago that entrance air into the half pipe, everyone jumped the skier's right one. Now they're all jumping the skier's left one again. Wonder what was changing there.
Our speaker friend Kai also likes it. What a nice line we can hear from down there. Owen Carlson.
Yeah, he's looking up through Andrew Pollard.
What happened there? We lost. Is that Owen?
I think he lost the ski. No, is it?
So, to my knowledge, that would be after the judging line.
I can't see any takeoff or bumble. It looks like he might just have lost the ski on a turn. Hopefully this is after the judge's line, but it should be, because otherwise that would be really unfortunate for him.
Unfortunate. two-time junior two-star comp winner in Snowboard Utah.
And it
Two-time
was
six.
after the
Yeah.
judging line 69.33 points for Owen Carlson.
So to everyone watching us now, only the crash did not affect his score. And we move on to Justin Blanchet-Nico from France. Where is he from, Jeffy? Wow, whoa, whoa, whoa,
Out
whoa,
of
whoa, whoa. Stay on your feet.
La Clusaz, and he is attempting a big one.
Wow.
Yes.
This is a La Clusaz cliff. It's typical cliff style of La Clusaz. They have those big ramps there. He's probably coached by Seb Michaud, one of the greatest freeriders of all times. Mr. Backflip, he was called.
That's true with the
Whoa,
La
very
Clusaz
smart.
Evolution 2 team.
Exactly, very smart the way he jumped the mushroom, not at the biggest height, so he wouldn't collect too much speed. Whoa, and other air there, into the gully, and back up to the windlip. I think there was a jump there, which the camera didn't catch. On the ramp, oh. Where is he going? Oh.
Going into the...
A new exit air.
Oh,
wow.
Very creative. They're entering and another 3 at the bottom over the windlip.
Wow, a very complete line by Justin Blanchet. Wow, a new air at the top, a new air at the bottom, a 3. Yeah, and also going through the steepest part of the face.
Yeah, and he's disappearing in that chute for a couple seconds and then coming out on the skier's right side with the new air and immediately linking a 360 into it.
Look at that top air. It's almost crashing the keeping going one ski. Only has like 2 seconds to recover, and then he's already going for, look, that's a big one. It's not a very steep landing, but sticks it like nothing. Going over the mushroom sideways with a lot of style. And this exit air, which we haven't seen yet, compressed at the landing, but no hands in the snow. Followed immediately by a 360. Very complete run. Wow. I think he can be pretty stoked. He had a small control issue going on one ski for a while at the top, but he managed to recover nicely. I think we're looking for a good score. I wonder if he's going to be able to challenge Scott Mason, who's sitting in first with 80 points right now.
Yeah, his favorite mountains, he told us, are long, steep, and evil faces filled with rocks, making it a big mountain lion's garden.
Yeah, you could tell he felt very comfortable here, because that's exactly what the Quellspitze is today in these conditions.
And that's exactly second place, 75 points for Justin.
That puts him in second place after 8 riders with 75. Thanks for showing us a great line, Justin. That was awesome.
Next, Emrik Stromberg out of Åre, Sweden. He was competing in mogul skiing.
Whoa!
Was a little bit too big there almost.
Yeah, he was. You could see the self-confidence in his first seconds of his run, but the speed he took for this air was just, I think, too much for the conditions to slow down.
And now in the half.
Wow, he definitely has a lot of self-confidence. Putting his skis on the ledge there, going full speed into the ramp like a straight line to an area where most riders do turn after turn. But once more, he can't quite hold it together. Lying in the snow there for a second. And I hope he doesn't take it easy. I'm not sure his focus is going to be... Yeah, I think he took an easy exit, and he wanted to knowing that after being down 2 times, he's not going to score big time anymore.
His first and biggest idol is, of course, Glenn Blake. That's what he told us.
So for those who don't know, Glenn Blake is probably the first professional freeskier on the planet. 30 years ago already, when his landmark, his standout sign was a big Iroquois haircut. which he always sprayed up pink. That's how he did backflips over 30-meter cliffs. A big role model back then, and obviously still today, to guys like Emmerich who go full throttle. Wow. Look at this. Bam, sprays down over the edge. Actually almost falls down and then just points it fall line. Look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds, 6 seconds of straight line. Warp speed, yeah. And then you get into that compression. That's a little bit too much. Wow.
Yeah, and it's in front. We've seen a lot of riders going into couloir. So on the entry area, there are a lot of tracks. It's really hard to stay under control and get rid of your speed there.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we told you.
Riding the new Dynastar planks, made for speed.
Made for speed. Yeah, we told the riders yesterday at the line workshop, be careful when you go fast. You know, there will be tracks and there's not that much powder to fill the tracks in again. And you can tell now that to go full speed in a tracked out area, you need to be very aware to stay on your feet. All right, Austria no. Do we have it?
CJ Atkins. I think you looked on the wrong side of your start list.
No, it's a
nice shifty.
CJ Atkins on slope right now.
From the US.
Going towards the mushroom, jumping it towards the right. That's a new way as well.
Onto another one, onto another one.
Wow.
Double there, full speed. Full speed.
Like this is full speed, full speed.
He's not going back to hit it, the transfer. He's just straight lining down a mountain.
Wow. I think if we have to give away a speed award for the day, it would be to CJ Atkins for this section. I don't think anyone has been that fast.
But when I follow his line back up, I think from the last drop, he maybe had 5 turns until now.
Amazing. And he's already at the finish. CJ Atkins, what's his home base, Jeffy?
I don't know. He's also one of the riders who was invited late because there were some guys dropping out due to illness.
Yeah, also this event was affected a little bit by COVID, and I wish all the riders who could not attend it because they tested positive, good luck and a good recovery. And I hope they'll be back here next year. CJ Atkins, Mr. Speed, we call him. Oh yeah.
He is stoked. He is having fun.
I really like it so much. Like in a dance competition, we have a lot of grumpy people at the finish line for not doing perfect runs. But with the juniors, even when they have control issues, crashes, or not the perfect line or they miss features, they always come in smiling, hollering, and have a great time. I love those freeride vibes.
Yeah, but I think it's the only way how you can be successful in the freeride. If you're having fun, your runs will automatically be good. The pressure is off your mind, and you can really show your best skiing.
Yeah, I mean, we are not alpine racers, right? We have only 2 gates, a start gate and one at the finish line. And in the middle, it's creativity, it's fun, it's the challenge you set yourself, right? A good freeride competition run is always when you set the challenges exactly to your ability of riding, and then you manage to do what you planned yourself. Whereas in alpine racing, someone puts the gates and you just have to go through them as fast as you can. Sounds pretty boring, actually. All right, still waiting for CJ's score. Scott Mason still to beat. Bib number 2, 80 points, and Justin Blanchet with 75, sitting in second right now. Let's see how the judges award warp speed.
That's really tough. Like, he went past those 2 transfer side hits, but he was so fast.
Yeah, it's always that decision you take, right? Do I slow down and put more features in my run and try to collect points, or do I just go full throttle and show that I'm capable of going at super speed. 72 points.
Was CJ Atkins on third place for the moment. And now I think the crowd here in Kappl will get loud in the finish area as we have the first Austrian rider in the start gate, Florian Micheli from the Arlberg.
Exactly. We're allowed to switch to German for a second. Hallo alle österreichischen Zuschauer, auch mal auf Deutsch. Florian Michelini vom Arlberg. Der erste Österreicher hier bei den Skimännern. Ja, und macht die ersten 2 Hits schon mal super gut.
Yeah, really good. Big one there.
Wow, that was hit number 3, all clean, all stylish. Yeah, on the far, Lucas right off the face. I'm great we have the drone for this view. Look at it.
Is he going
Totally
for
fresh
Is
approach.
he lining up the big one? Yes, he is. Whoa.
And he
Perfectly.
sticks this 50-meter drop as if it was a 1.5-meter drop. Wow, look at this. And now going for the wind lip. Super big as well onto his feet. What does it take to throw this guy off his feet? I can't believe it. And he's not done yet, I believe. Still all the way out there.
Enjoying the run.
Wow. Yeah, he's still lining something up for us.
Yeah.
That was number 5 and all perfect to his feet. What a complete run.
Woo. Amazing. Have you seen the landing? Guess who is his coach?
Stefan Häusl, maybe?
Yeah, definitely Stefan Häusl. We know him. His number 1 rule is land every cliff center above your skis.
Wow. So
And that's exactly what Florian did here.
Look at this air. It's huge. And he puts it on his feet. Amazing. How much more? You can't land this any more perfect. It is not that steep at the landing. And the wind lip's so hard to jump. And then he shows us another one. Was it 5 or 6 airs? One bigger than the next one. Wow.
Yeah, he didn't went into the steep, gnarly zone of the face, but that's exactly what we said. It's like you can also have an awesome runs in the more mellow side of the face by linking cool air and style features.
Exactly. Like you can't do those drops any more perfect. It was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 airs. Yeah, and especially that middle one at the exit of the middle of the face. Wow, what a compression. I know Stefan Häusl and his crew, they do a lot of off-piste, off-snow training. All summer they're in the gym, they go running, mountain bike, they push the weights. And this is where you see that it pays off. Like you would probably have been on your ass in that landing. Because you're lazy.
Right now, definitely. After a lot of weeks
full
working.
pro putting his keys in the camera for everyone to see what's possible on his ass keys. 84-83!
He's taking over the lead.
84 points, taking the lead.
And now I'm excited.
Oh.
Now we have the leader again on the far Lucas left side, second place on the Lucas right. And we're straight continuing with the second Austrian, Nino S.
What's his home base, Sheffy?
He's also from the Arlberg, but he's not coached by Stefan Häusl. He's coached by his brother Aaron S.
All right.
Let's see what he has lined up for us. First hit.
Well, actually, it was the second already. The first one right after. Oops.
No, and yeah, that's...
Get surprised by a hard spot. Has his back down for a second only, though. I wonder if he called this a crash or if he called it a stop/control issue.
Something in between for sure.
Exit air from the middle part. Going for the wind lip.
Full speed. Big one on the wind lip. And another one there.
Yeah, the rider told us it's not easy. The wind lip always has a almost vertical takeoff. So you're jumping like towards the moon. And then you have to make sure you land back on your skis. Not easy.
Yeah, the even more bigger problem on that wind lip is that the landing is almost as steep as the takeoff. So before you're taking off, you have the feeling of, oh no, I have no speed. I'm not gonna fly
Right.
anywhere.
So here's the recap of his run. Jump 1, jump 2, and that's where he has his control issue, which we don't really see. Exit air and full speed to the ramp. Great control, and then he added one more feature just before the finish line, before the end of the judging line. Unfortunate for his control issue at the top. It was kind of unnecessary. Yeah, you can tell him his face. He's smiling, but he's like, ah, why did that happen?
He's a bit bummed. He's immediately talking to his friends like, ah. Damn it. But yeah.
Man, I so don't want to swap with any of the boys right now. They're standing in the start gate. No, you have all those big jumps and this big line ahead of you. I mean, I did it for almost 20 years, but I think I wouldn't be capable of it anymore. I'd be too nervous. And they seem so loose. Like a snowboard winner said, yeah, the music went off, so it just went right. 47 for Nino.
Then we're looking to the top again.
And now we have something very special for you at the start gate, or someone very special. A British rider, Dylan Hennessy. You don't see a lot of Brits competing in freeriding. What's Dylan's story? Well, he seems to lose, comes out with a big shifty off the first cliff. And a grab of the second one. What's his home base, Sheffy? Can you tell us anything about Dylan Hennessy?
He lives in Chamonix, Mont Blanc.
Right, that's right.
Is here for the second time. He also competed in 2021.
Oh, that means he knows the Quellspitze to some extent, which we will probably see as he's entering the ramp, which is getting pretty dark now. The sun has turned around. Not easy for the riders to dive into the shadow from the sun. You have to adapt for a few seconds. And we see a bit of a fresh approach there. Whoa!
Nice one.
Wow, I had to slow down to get to that air, but just like the first two airs with a grab, the judges will love that, showing that in the air that it still has capacities for grabs, where others are rowing with their arms, flap with the arms. And not a big air. A three.
Perfectly.
Slightly backseated, probably like a back slap stage 1 or 2, right next to a cliff. Wow.
That landing pocket there for the 360 was very well scoped.
I didn't even see a landing pocket there. I think he was the only one seeing that. Right between rocks and cliffs, but he puts it perfectly where it's supposed to be. Another shifty. Like
another one. Having fun. He's claiming
his style. Wow, Dylan Hennessy. Look at it. Shifty next to the rock.
Good one.
And it's so hard. It's a little skied out there, but he keeps it super fluid. Bam! Over the rock.
That approach was super cool.
Very nice. Very nice. Super strong skiing. I think the Brits got to be proud to have such a great freerider. I mean, he has a career in front of him. And the three at the most impossible spot, landing like right next to the rocks.
Perfectly placed. That's where you want to land that.
Not any inch further to the right. That's to look right. That's definitely for sure.
Very well scoped from Dylan Hennessy.
Congratulations. Yeah, it's definitely, you could tell it was not his first time on the Quellspitze. Yeah, Chamonix is a hotspot for Brits. I mean, they love it. There's direct flights from London to Geneva. You jump on a Collectivo taxi and you're up in Chamonix in 2.5 hours. So you can get up in the morning at London go to London Stansted and be riding in Chamonix before midday. That's what former Freeride World Junior Snowboard legend Sasha Hum did. 65 for Dylan Hennessy. They might have got him a little bit on the backseat at the landing of the 3. I personally would have seen a higher score for him because I think it was a very engaged and very fluid run. But obviously, we are only commentators and not judges, so they do their job for sure better than we can by guessing.
And the judges need to leave some space for the riders who are still up there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of riders to come, so the gaps are now pretty big, but they will close the gaps with the points throughout the next riders.
They will close the gap as we do on our windsurfing sail. And the start's getting close for Jack Kolish from Canada, bib number 13. That's my lucky number. I was born on October 13th, so whenever I had bib 13th, I really like that. I hope this is also true for Jack Kolish. Wow, nice spread eagle. Watch
Keeping
out, avalanche balls alarm, but no problem for him.
No problem, full speed.
Wow, those top airs get more and more difficult. The landings are not easy to dodge. Nice at the ground. Oh, backseat but staying on his feet. Wow, are we seeing a new entry? It almost looks like it. Onto the same ramp
as
right before, but doubles it in. Wow.
Really creative.
We're seeing so many
And
versions.
he's lining up the big one as well.
Flying. On his
Stomping
feet.
it.
Wow. The same air as Scott Mason, not with the 3, but straight, and the landing was super clean. I mean, it's not that steep there, right? But he just did not have a hand in the snow. That air is going to score big time. I think we'll get close to the 80s one more time with this run.
That's interesting. Scott Mason did this big 360, but had the problems in the landing.
Yeah.
He went now straight air, but with no problem in the landing.
And look at the control. He was so fast up there, but no problem. And the way he's going to lose some points for this back seat, but the way he enters and immediately jumps the double.
And he did a turn while he was...
Now look at it. Look at how far this jump is. I mean, it's like a 25-meter air, including a 10-meter cliff. It's ridiculous. So huge.
What a last stop.
Stopped it.
Yeah, Kai is just as stoked as we are. Jack Kolish, where is he gonna be with this big air? Team Canada, what's his home resort?
Lake Louise.
Lake Louise, wow. Yeah, they have a reputation of producing great downhill skiers, so it's definitely not afraid, like downhill alpine skiers, not afraid of speed. Yeah. So this is our little media truck. Just to see the little media truck, this is where we are. With the best view, like front row seats, up, looking at the Quellspitze. And the sun's starting to shine onto our screen where we see the riders coming down. So we probably have to switch to binocular scene and watch them directly. But it's like a good 1.5 kilometers to the start gate, so it's not that easy to see the ride without the binoculars. Not the way the judges do, because they have to acknowledge 88.33! It's a new leader! Wow, I was talking about getting close to the 80s. He's getting close to the 90s. Wow! That was all a complete run needed. One of the biggest airs of the day. Super control. Wow.
Next out of the start gate from La Clusaz, France. He's as well coached by Seb Michaud, starting things off with a 450, unfortunately, instead of a 360, landing sideways. Now he's stopping. He has some problems with his goggle, I think.
Probably had some snow in there. Yeah, I hope he's not doing full on his line, because his focus is for sure not where it was before this crash. So take it easy, Adrien, and yeah, that's what he does. Cruising down, very smart. You know, you're so fired up. You've been waiting at the start gate for half an hour. Your adrenaline is pumping. You have the most crazy moves in your pocket, and then you have a mistake up there. So some riders just, you know, can't shut it down and then do crazy stuff. It's a good idea to take it easy. Can still do some powder turns and powder runs, and keep menace for the next time. Yeah, I think it was still part of his line, but obviously the focus was not completely there anymore. No problem though. His keys are on. He's aiming for the finish line. Adrien Andrew from France with a crash at the top. And not the winning line of the day. But you have to go big, right? I mean, you don't want to just come down the mountain and then say yourself, oh, I should have gone bigger, faster, higher.
Yeah, especially if you have planned a 360 in your run, you know that you have it on lock. And I know it for myself, there's nothing which annoys you more if you come to the finish area and probably there is a couple points to the podium and you're like, should have spinned it.
But it was a great 3 up there. I think it was a good spot, and I still had a good landing.
Yeah, it was slightly over-rotated.
Yeah. Oh, here, now we can open those truck windows for once and wave a little bit. Here's your commentators of the day, Chefy Chris and Flo Ole. Yeah, in the famous media truck built by Bernie Bletzenau from the Freeride World Tour Verbier organization crew. And sorry guys, we're having the prime spots. It's warm and we're seeing the Quellspitze right in front of us. All right, 16 skiers down. That means 14 skiers down. Not quite halfway through the field. As we're watching Adrian Andrew waiting for his score. Yeah. Yeah, he's hadering with the Schicksal, as you say in German. I wonder what that is in English. Trying to turn back time a few seconds just to go for a little slower rotation on that 3 and land on his feet. So here we have our judges. They have the second to best spot sitting right in front of us. 20 points for Adrian Andrew.
Representing France.
And 2 more riders and we'll be halfway through the field. Dealey Owen being the next rider from the USA. What do you have for us on Dealey Owen?
From Mad River Glen.
I like Mad River. What Lone says. There's mad skiers there.
First time on the Junior Freeride World Championships.
Taking it a little easier on the top airs, which I think is small because the landings are getting more and more skied out. The takeoffs sport some rocks as well. There's still plenty of other areas to face where you can go full throttle. It's coming into the half pipe without an air. Looking for his entry onto the big ramp. So change from light to shadow for him and for us as well. All that exposure. Right, what has in the pocket for us? Nice entry, no air, but safe and clean riding onto the ramp. Chefy next to me is getting the binoculars, thinking that he sees better like that. Okay, back towards the half pipe.
That's an in. Where is he going? Oh yeah!
Yeah. Oh,
what a creative!
Yeah, it just took a little look to see where his landing would be, which was really crucial because he landed right between those rocks. And then it's full speed out the bottom. Not the most spectacular line in terms of cliff size, but nevertheless creative and fluid. Yeah, showed us a jump which we had not seen before, and it looks like he broke a pole. Look at it. That's Lucas' right hand, just has a little stick. Definitely comes down with 1.5 poles, so the Quellspitze claiming a victim. The Quellspitze stealing half of a pole of Owen Deal from the USA.
No, he has both poles, huh?
Really? No.
Yeah, no, this is the touring pole.
I think that's a memory. That one should be on the wall over his bed. I wonder where it happened. Not
probably,
up here.
Probably on the last one. He has both poles.
Yeah, he still has them here.
Coming on the ramp.
It must have been on the landing of the last one, yeah. Because he landed between 2 rocks. He probably put that pole on the rock and it broke.
Question is now just if they send a ski dude in to get that pole out or not.
I do not think they will. I mean, there's so many rocks up there. I mean, the ski sticking out is definitely a dangerous piece, but a small part of a pole.
Doesn't matter the pole, there's rocks anyway.
Exactly. Oh. All right. Thanks, Deal, for opening a new jump. Yeah, at the lower exit part of the ramp. 51.33.
51.33 points, taking the extra 10th place.
All right. 10th place, as Kai is saying. And we are looking up again to Jensen Brody. Team Canada represents. What do you have on Jensen for us, Sheffy?
Yeah, he is out from Whitewater Ski Resort. Trains with the Whitewater Freeride team. First time in Europe for him, and he's storming down the first part of the mountain.
He's definitely among the top 3 for speed, for going from the start gate to the half pipe.
Nice.
He has to slow down at some stage. Otherwise, he will overshoot like the whole face. Very quickly, and she doubling, tripling onto the ramp. Oh!
Such a creative entry.
Wow, a triple from the half pipe onto the ramp. And it looks like he was going to go for the big air as well, which is not doing now. Wow, a totally new move again by Jensen Brody. That was a really, I think you call it a ballsy move, like so ambitious.
Yeah.
I mean, doing a triple itself is difficult, but then knowing you have to slow down on the ramp over another 20 meters of rock, and with about 25 traverse tracks already, wow.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his triple. It's like he had to change the direction there.
Like big
to
self-confidence.
get the last one.
Okay, big self-confidence. Look at those airs, some of the biggest we've seen, and he sticks them there and goes through the avalanche balls like nothing.
No problem.
Also here, one of the longest airs. So until there, he was like on the way to a winning run. 1, 2,
now changes
3.
the direction.
And a little backseated, and then one ski goes off to the side, and he flips one time. Wow. But I'm still amazed at like what he was trying to do. So amazing. Like, if the question is, was it smart to do that, or was the bib just too high and too many tracks in that on that ramp to be able to ski out of this triple?
I think it was smart. It's just looked with the binocular. It looks like on his last hit, he landed a bit on a rock, which put him in this back seat.
Okay.
If he stomps that clean, it's we saw it at the top at the AVD breeze. He has the abilities to do one turn and then fly out over the big one.
That is true, but I mean at the top it was a lot flatter. To slow down here where he was, whoa, that definitely takes you to the edge of what is skiable. But yeah, as we've seen at the Freeride World Tour just a few days ago in Baquera in Spain, like when you think things are not possible, then someone comes and does it, and then you know it's possible, and you're looking for the next step towards the impossible. Brody Jensen, I really like that line. The skiing at the top was super strong. That entry was amazing. Bad luck for that fall in the middle. But if he keeps riding like that, that's a career ahead of him, I'm very sure.
There is always a next time. They have the career in front of them. Good.
So I'm looking up at the venue now. It's very interesting. The whole Lucas left or skiers right with the more mellow terrain is all perfectly in the sun still, whereas on the Lucas right or skiers left, the half pipe, the ramp, the mushroom rock, it's all getting more and more into the shade, and I don't think it makes it more difficult because the riders are coming from the sun into the shadow at full speed, and it's not easy to adapt, right?
Yeah, and also with the snow, when the sun was in there, it melts a little bit, and then the shadow comes back. It gets this very fine crust on top. It makes it even harder to control the speed.
So we hope that Jean Tonnelier from France will not have any troubles with the crust. Whoa, goes for the 3 at the top. Beautiful. Perfect landing. Well, you can't do it any smoother. Woo. Seems very comfortable also in this bumpy snow. Some riders you look at, you just think they can't be brought off their skis, right? Their upper body is so calm on their knees. It's just like a perfect suspension system. And where is he going? No one has been there yet today. He's in the middle of the face to the left side of the half pipe over a big and steep pitch. 1, 2, 3, tripling into the half pipe. Wow. no problems to control it. Very creative line, and it's not done yet.
Onto the sunny.
Onto the sunny
Take
nose.
it from the nose. Yes, he does.
Doubling
Another
out.
double.
Yeah, like, he's the kind of rider that makes it almost look too easy. Like a Rainer Barker. That was amazing.
Yeah, really. It's also an amazing line choice. Like the bottom part found a completely new entry onto the half pipe.
And I think he didn't move
and
his
the
arms
new exit.
at all, top to bottom. Wow, Jean Tenlier, very unique riding style.
Almost cruising down.
Yeah. Like, almost makes it look too unspectacular, too easy. Wow. That was a great run. Jean Tenlier from France. Is he also from La Clusaz?
Also from La Clusaz, also coach from Seb Michaud.
Wow.
It's already his third time competing in the Junior Freeride World Championships.
Look at this left side 3. Bang. And that's entry. So creative. And no stopping. Has a double, uses the pocket great, slows down, aims for his exit jump. And also this is a double. Bomb. Bomb. Wow.
Easy. No problem for him.
That's going to be a good score. Like last time we said we're getting close to 80s, we were getting close to the 90s. I definitely see a good scoring. I'm not going to come up with numbers anymore. Wow. Jean Tenlier from France. Yeah, when Kai is quiet at the finish line, I also know he doesn't dare to say anything about the score, because we are very similar in that. Judges, don't let us wait too long.
Frenchies.
Yeah, but you can tell there's those freeride hotspot, right? Verbier, La Clusaz, the Arlberg area, when you have old folks like Stefan Heusel, 10 years of world experience in Austria, Seb Michaud, La Clusaz, France, and Verbier, there's a whole bunch of riders that have been in the World Tour.
Jean-Tenlier, France. And we still have 15 more riders to go.
That is unreal. With just one rider past half-time, and we got a 92 score. And it's going back-to-back. Luca Wieland from Germany is the next rider. We have no time to celebrate.
Also coached by Stefan Heusel and the Arlberg Freeride team.
Wow. Luca going once more for the rider's right off the face, the more mellow part. Oh, he's lining up a big one. He's lining up a big one, and there he flies, bomb! Great landing on that jump. Wow.
Oh, that.
Into the shadow, almost disappearing, going for the wind lip. I switched to direct view.
Oh, is a high one?
Wow. He shot out there like a rocket. Look, Wieland from Germany.
Back into the sun.
No pulling back. What a huge air. Wow.
Similar line to Florian Michelini, his teammate from the Arlberg Freeride team.
Exactly. Michelini is sitting in third place with 84.33 points. So the bottom airs were almost the same, but Florian had another last air, and I think he had one more air at the top. So I don't think he'll be able to push Florian off that, even though his wind lip air was huge. It was the biggest we've seen at that spot until now.
Yeah, and it's also, he was the second one doing this line.
Yeah.
It's also for the judges, they really like if you show them something new. They really want to see your creativity.
Yeah, but this shouldn't be affected from that. And this jump was exactly as big as Florian's, and here he goes bigger. Look at he's flying. He's like 6 meters up in the air.
Out of the shadow, back into the sun. Yeah, tough decision. I don't want to be a judge right now.
No. See, and you can tell that's what exactly we're doing. They're going for the score. for score range, and then see do we have any other riders in that score range, and then go for the direct comparison to make sure the ranking is right at the end. It doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily important to have the exact right points for a rider. It's just important that he's on the right rank at the end of the competition. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, this comes all from the judging criteria we already were talking about: fluidity, control, air and style, technique, and the line choice.
Exactly.
Where you pick your lines.
And obviously the difficulty of line is bigger on this phase, on the Lucas right side, yeah, where it's super steep. But on left side you can probably put more jumps in, equally sized, so it's possible to do the winning line on either way of this mountain. 77.33. That is a very solid score.
Fifth
for
place.
Luca Wallen, fifth place.
Congratulations, you gotta be proud.
Yeah, he's got to be stoked.
And now
I like the landing of his middle air. It was amazing. Oh,
we're back up in the start gate with Paul Rafael out from Ordino Acalis in Andorra.
oh, when I think Andorra, I almost hold my breath because there's a couple of crazy riders in Andorra,
You
right?
never know what you can expect there.
He kicks back at 3.
Oh, can you hold on? No.
Second cliff, big 3 backseat, can't quite ride it out, but is still focused. You can tell it doesn't count as a crash. He's still going for his run. At the entry of the half pipe, we're going to see an entry air.
Probably from the look.
No. But yeah, because he didn't want to have too much speed coming in there, because he's turning off to the right straight away. No, not yet. Here we go. Nice entry.
Seen that entry a couple times.
Yeah, not as spectacular as some other riders who doubled or tripled in, but still keeping it nice and fluid.
Yeah, but with the control issue at the top, maybe just drawing a run down. Now taking the big one.
As a double,
As
as a
a
triple,
triple.
almost. Yeah.
Smart riding at the bottom there.
Yeah, I'd say so too. Not a winning line, but again, that creativity is amazing, right, Jeffy? I mean, they just almost every rider does something that we haven't seen before that's completely different, like him tripling out at the bottom. Amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how they look at the face, and those are really fun. Sometimes in the qualifiers you have like those 5 crazy hits, and the whole riders split up on those 5, and here we have like almost seen 15 to 20 different hits and different angles. Really cool.
Yeah, that's completely right.
Big applause for the guy from
And he's
Andorra,
down
Paul
in the finish
Rafael.
area. He's so tracked out already.
That 3
This
was
is
great.
3.
You think you can ride out, but then you eventually can't.
Jumping in there. Doubling out the exit way. Yes.
So waiting for the score for Rafi Po. It's a long way from Andorra. I mean, we had the Walter down there. It's like a 20-hour drive or something.
44 points for Paul Rafael. 15th place at the moment.
Yeah, but the freeride community in Andorra, it just got started a few years ago. I mean, those rides are going to be ripping. I'm pretty sure in a few years we have more than one rider on the World Tour from Andorra. And from Andorra, we're going straight back to Austria, right?
Austria, right. Nico Wucherer out from the Arlberg in the Stargate.
Nico having to dodge the not so great conditions up there at the top. First air, going for the second air, jumping it to the right, onto the sunny ledge, coming back one more time. Third air, nice. All airs in control, no tricks, no three. But he still has a big part of the face in front of him, ahead of him. Looks like he's going for that big jump as well. He does.
He does.
Bam.
The
Also
Albert
sticking
crew.
it. And to all finding fresh
Full
landings.
speed.
Full
Onto
speed
the
to the
windlip.
windlip.
Yeah, adding a grab there, perfectly landed.
Flying super far as well. Wow.
Fast riding.
This looks like he still has something planted for us, going right underneath that big cliff. And
He
there's
is
a
looking
couple of
for
rocks in it.
something.
Oops, don't lose your skate or your concentration. There you are. Nice
Another
double.
into the judging line, and out he is. Down.
Wow. I like that double there. I mean, it's no one has done it before. He could have almost done a triple with the other rock right above it.
Yeah, those are the small things which may make the difference to
Exactly.
Florian Michelini or his other team buddy, Wieland Luca. Both in a
Exactly.
similar line,
So-
didn't add this double at the bottom.
No. So comparing to Luca Wieland, a bit more ambitious at the top, I think. That middle air was the same. You can see now where he lands, right next to the other landings. Bang.
Like 1, 2, 3.
Exactly. Huge as the others, including a grab at the windlip, but he still added the double, so he should be a little bit higher in his score than Luca, which would put him close to the 80 range, right?
I would say so as well, yeah.
With
He is smiling, he's having fun.
With Flo Michelini being on 84.33 points in third place right now, so this is what he's looking at. Is he gonna go for the 80? That's the question. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight. Wow, so much action. 20 riders down, 12 to go, Sheffi. Jean Tonnelier, 92 points in first place. Jack Kolash from Canada being in second with 88. And at the moment, Florian Michelini with 84 in third place, the Austrian rider. France ahead of Canada, ahead of Austria. And Nico Wucher is waiting for his score. It's interesting to see that obviously together with Stefan Heusel, their coach, Team Austria decided to stay to that more mellow line, right? And supersize it. Where Team France decided to go more into the Nar. 85
points! Third place. Kicking his teammate Florian Michel into fourth place.
Wow.
I think Team Stefan Heusel now on 3, 4, and 6, I think.
Wow.
And it's straight up with Sage Boyer.
Yeah, he doesn't care about...
Out from Tahoe.
He doesn't care about the ranking down there. He's just up for his running. We have a different view this time with a bit of a wider angle of the drone. It is nice. We can see that whole top part. Great. All three airs very nicely done. No three, but I think it is more and more demanding to do a three up there. So that's almost a new one. Doing all three jumps and still going over to the half pipe. And he actually doesn't. He comes in higher. Wow.
No,
that reminds us of the Jean Tonnelier line, but he seems to look for a different entry. Whoa, so much exposure there. Rides the rocks. Has a look. Is this where he wants to go? It is. Keeps it fluid.
If I'm right now, there's a nice
steep.
air out of it. I'm not doing the air.
Traverses the half pipe. Very creative. Finds a new entry. Sticks it. And now he's at the ramp. What kind of exit there are we going to see? Is he going to go for the big one? In a way, but he's stopping at the top and does it as
a double.
A double out. Wow. That was tension top to bottom in this run, right?
Really creative entry there.
Wow, he's down.
He's claiming it. He's having fun.
Wow, it's getting tough for the judges. 92, 88, 85, the top scores. I was kind of thinking he would go for the big air at the bottom. And that Tolinier took as a straight air, but took it a little smaller.
At the bottom.
Wow, how do you compare this run to Nico's run, who was just the last rider down with his 85 points, who went all the way on the other side of the mountain?
Yeah, he went all the way on the other side. And it's tough, but there was not this big hit in there, like big drop. But super creative, opened up a whole new line.
Yeah. Look at the exposure and steeps in there. Crazy.
He isn't stopping. And the top part. Unfortunately, he had a bit of hesitation in the lower part.
Yeah, this was all still nice and fluid.
That's a nice nose.
This line is amazing. He just crosses the half pipe, knows exactly where he has to go. No stopping, just slowing down. That was a great air. And here's where we are thinking he would go like for the big one, but he decides to go a little smaller, more speed. Nothing wrong about that. Sage Boyer. Wow, Team USA is anxiously waiting for the scores. What is his home resort?
Squaw Valley.
Oh yeah, we had Squaw Valley.
Squaw Alpine. In and around Tahoe.
Tahoe area, Lake Tahoe, a beautiful area in northeastern California with a big lake and a lot of resorts right around it.
He says his plans for the future is becoming a professional skier, and if that doesn't work out, he has 100 other options. He's having fun, enjoying life.
As much self-confidence in his life as he has in his ski. Judges are thinking, what are we gonna do with this?
Yeah, it's like almost every second rider opens up a new zone and a new air, and everything's so tough for the judges.
79.93.
Sixth place for Sage Boyer.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was kind of lacking that last statement at the end of his run to be above the 80, but nevertheless a great score. But Switzerland is next up.
William Cataneo.
Whoa.
From Verbier, coached by Emilien Badou.
Oh, that's a snowboarder coaching a skier. That's a rare occurrence. Whoa. Keeps his speed up.
Yeah.
No. Using that ramp as a transfer. First one to do it. Oh.
Is it? We have seen that 2 weeks ago in the
but that was not on purpose. That was
a
guy taking too much speed. I think he knew exactly what he had planned. But losing both skis on the landing. Another new move by William Cataneo.
Definitely.
Great one.
Watched the live stream 2 weeks ago.
And thought, I can do this but better. And he almost did. I mean, it seemed all good till the landing, right?
Yeah, I think it was just bit softer than he thought it will be, and then he catched the tip of the skis and front punched over. Expose the skis. Just waiting here till he has the skis on. But yeah, if you answer the question, what are you most looking forward about your upcoming trip to compete at the World Championships? With a single word, win. And you have to do airs like that.
No, you gotta.
He showed us that he's here for the win.
You gotta laugh the juniors. They're just so down to earth. I'm going to win.
Yeah, but if your mindset is you're going to be second place, you won't win.
That is true. But you know, freeride competitions are so special because you're not competing against the other competitors on the face, really. You're basically competing against yourself, or against the mountain. You're setting the challenge up for yourself, and you gotta be up for it. And if the challenge was too difficult, you'll fail. If it was too easy, you won't get a good score. You will be grumpy. So it's all about the right match of the challenge and your abilities. So while we're waiting for the next rider, Adam Kuch from Canada, we have a bit of a story there. Because
I think we have
it's the one after. Sorry,
Hugo in between.
I was ahead of our time. Yeah, Kuch is the next rider after
Swiss.
Hugo Marietot from Switzerland, probably from Swiss Romand as well.
He's from Nanda. That's the only information I have so far.
Yeah, in the French part of Switzerland. That's both Nanda, Verbier, Cramontana, all these roads around Martigny.
William Catano out of Verbier, making his way to the finish area. Unfortunately,
with no score.
But now, Hugo Marietot. Whoa! What?
It's a new angle for the takeoff up there.
Everyone did a turn there. He said, I skipped a turn. I skip a couple more turns to the AVT breeze.
So he decides to skip 2 jumps up there, but go a lot faster towards the entry area of the half pipe. Not jumping into the pipe though, but cruising. Sheffy, grab your binoculars in case we don't see on the screen. Whoa, there's definitely no cruising on this run. Really fast onto the ramp.
So fast.
Very solid skier. Look at the terrain there. It's like a bump slope by now, but wow, skis at a was smooth. No problem there for him to ski out through the gully.
Full speed. Nice little shifty over that roller.
Wow, no new moves on this run except for maybe the angle on the first takeoff. Whoa!
And
nice
this one.
And this one. And this one. So this is end of touching. Yeah, I definitely got some extra points down there. Very fluid, very controlled, very fast. A little bit lacking that one big feature, like the big wow effect we had. But the entry onto the ramp was nice, but not as spectacular as we have seen from some others. Nevertheless, a great run.
Ticked all the boxes
Ticked
there.
all the boxes,
Maybe the air and style could have been more, as he's skipping here one hit.
Yeah, exactly. Less airs than others, but the control must be up there. Look at it. He's skiing through this mogul field at full speed. Wow.
No problem for him.
No. Great skier, definitely. Woo! That's not an easy air, huh? It kicks you into the sky. Hugo Marietot waiting for a score.
He definitely has the 92 skis there.
Yeah, huge.
So
look at
long.
it. That is
almost
amazing.
Like a downhill skier.
Most skiers have skis like smaller than a little bit higher than they are, like a foot taller than him. No wonder he's so controlled, but he's probably not a freestyler. As we're waiting for the ski of Hugo Marietot, I'll jump forward a little bit to Sam Kuch, or Kuch. I wonder how you run. 63 for you, Mathieu. And we go back for to Adam Kuch because the coach of the Canadian team is ill and he could not join him. And so Sam Kuch is actually taking over the coaching. Actually, that's what I have here as info. It's got to be Adam's brother or his dad. You would know more, Sheffy.
Yeah, it's his brother. So I'm really excited.
Wow.
Yeah, going big on the first one. We said Sam Kuch, the now coach.
Yeah, legendary skier Kuch. Oh!
Yes!
And he seems to produce some more legends in the family. Sam Kuch with a big three jumps, supersizing all of them. Entering into the knot, no hesitation. Doubling out.
On one keeping control of one ski there.
But actually, because nothing happened. He just does a turn on one ski and going for the big one with the 3. Can he stick it? No! He can't
close.
Oh, on the brink of glory. His ski gets caught up and he goes into a somersault. This would have been a winning run, I'm telling you. Oh, so close to keeping it together. How can you even think about doing a 360 off that cliff? It's ridiculous. It's just so big and so long.
Yeah, it's
and not so steep.
No, I don't know. 6 years since we're competing on the faces, I'm saying, and first never seen a 3 down here.
The World
Today
Tour
we've
was
already seen 2.
The World Tour was here twice, and it was half a meter of powder, and no one was thinking about a 3. And there comes the next generation. Wow, Sam, you can be so proud, even if you didn't stick that in. Well, that was one of the moves of the day, or one of the runs of the day. Look at it. Look at how far this one goes. He pops off even. Yeah. Jumps a solid 50 meters.
Nice like 3 there.
And it was all, and no hesitation. Look how quick he goes into that area. Goes in, jumps, bam. And then the ski gets stuck. I don't care. I can ride this on one ski.
Yeah, and he is.
And you think he has it together? Just a bit too much backseated.
As I said, he's the younger brother of Sam Koch, and they filmed together with Magic's Productions for last year's movie. They made a brother segment, which unfortunately didn't make it into the full movie. But yeah, he's looking forward to be out there with his brother again and film more and compete, having fun.
Wow, I'm still amazed. You know, if he lands that on his feet, I mean, it's a 90+ score, and he's battling for victory. And like this, obviously, he has a crash, which is a deduction of 20 or 25 points. So no podium for Adam, but he showed that he can ride like the big boys.
What a run!
Yeah.
2 3s.
It was so gnarly. Yeah, I bet it was gnarly. It was even gnarly to watch. Wow. Some of those guys just don't seem to be 18 years old. They seem to have so much experience, you know, so good judgment and so strong riding abilities that you think they'd be, you know, grown-ups for 10 years.
Yeah, but when you look at the background information, some of them start freeriding around 7, 8, 10 years old.
Yeah.
They're 17, they have 10 years of experience.
55 for Adam Kusch at the 25 he lost for the crash. It would be a clean 90, as we said. So thanks for the action, Adam. Great show, and all the best for your coach for his recovery. And we are back in France. Bonjour encore une fois, tout le monde en France. Le prochain rider, Clément Bontemps. Il vient d'où? Where does he come from?
He's coming from Calure et Curé.
Not that we have any clue where that is, but I'm sure you have some more info on Clément.
Somewhere, here we have La Clusaz area. Coached by Vincent Michaud. Must be Seb Michaud's brother or cousin. Or how common is the name Michaud in La Clusaz area? I don't know. Airing of the mushroom.
Wow. We haven't seen a mushroom jump in a while. And there's still so much terrain in there. We've seen one of the snowboarders go down there on that skier's left. He decides to go around and probably comes back onto the ramp with a jump.
I think that's planned. Yes, there he is.
Shafi, grab your binoculars.
Jumping
Don't want to miss
onto
out
the
any
ramp.
action.
And coming, he's airing off that one.
Whoa!
Over the rocks.
That went further than we expected. Hope not further than he expected.
And full speed down through the judging line. Beautiful turn. Whoa! What was that?
That was the I don't care if there's grass in the landing, I can still jump there. Jump.
Pops off this little. That was a far one. Holy moly.
Clément Bontemps from the La Clusaz area with a great run. Yeah, defying the famous mushroom, sticking it cleanly. and then doing one of the biggest bottom airs, just flying over the grass.
That one was. Shifty.
Bam, no problems at all sticking that jump. So much creativity, so much fun reflecting in those lines. I like that. When they come out of a really difficult section for the next jump and just go for a shifty or a grab, it looks so playful. Really amazing. Racing out the bottom. I wonder if you see that one again. Oh!
Some grass coming up there, no problem.
I wonder if that was planned or if he just said, oh, there's a roller. I just catch some air.
Hope it was planned.
I hope it was planned. Clément Bonton, merci pour le chant. Oui, on attend les points. We're waiting for the points.
Also interesting, he's riding a 107 ski here, as I can see, and not the 115.
What?
Most of the riders ride the widest skis they have.
I was just wondering what this figure is. 67.33.
Maybe he was thinking the snow will be harder, more icy.
Could be, yeah. I'm thinking we have the next Austrian in the gate.
Yes, David Burger.
Or David Berger, as you'd say in
David
English.
Berger.
Yeah. The David Berger.
From St. Anton.
Not a surprise, really, since
Alberg.
we have the
Team Stefan
majority.
Heusel, what will we see from him?
Oh, what happened? Did he lose a ski on the landing?
Ski on the landing. And the ski, no, is he stopping? Nope.
That ski is going down in glory.
It looked like it stopped for a second and kept going.
That ski didn't want to wait for David Berger going down by itself. Chef is trying to locate it with the binoculars, and the ski dudes are probably going to try to locate it in a moment because you don't want any other riders to be jumping onto a ski. That could be dangerous. But David has now the challenge to ski down on one leg, right?
I don't think so. You will.
Okay, let's see what happened there.
Sometimes.
First air, all under control. Setting up the second air. Everything's still fine. Speed check. A little bit backseated here.
And then just the binding just opens up. And no chance to...
That's always a bit of a gamble, right? Like, I don't have the problem as a snowboarder. I'm always connected with my board. But for you, you don't want to pin bindings too tight. So if you have a crash, you don't twist the knee. But you have him too loose, that's what can happen right here.
Yeah, it's always a decision you make by yourself. It's, if I don't know, we have seen it on Saturday when Rainer Barkert landed the backflip on his belly and catching the tips. That binding didn't open.
No,
I don't know. Some of them screw it tight as hell.
Yeah,
Some
but
of
if
them
you look at
leave
Rainer
it,
Barker's knees and legs, I think before the knees break, the binding breaks. So
that's true as well, probably.
we're talking about the master of Stomptown, one of the biggest stompers of all time. But I mean, we've seen amazing landings here of the juniors. I mean, some of them, like our leader, Jonathan Lier, he did this 20+ meter jump and just stuck it. Like, he just landed on his feet and bam. And also the Austrian Q jumping the cliffs on the left-hand side. Yeah.
Landing it was no
you
problem.
can tell, you know, they train in the summers and they make sure the power is there, which they need for those landings and those long runs.
No, yeah. David is making his way down on one ski.
And while he's going down, getting a nose core for losing ski, we'll look at Luke, our next rider, which is Luke McConnell. And there is another story which we have to tell about the Kiwi team, because one of the most influential freeride people in the freeride scene in New Zealand, Rupert Smith, he just died recently in August during a heart attack while he was riding a blanket slalom. And together with Jan Newport, a long-time judge on the World Tour, they have pushed the riding in New Zealand and the event team to a new level. And we feel sorry for Rupert Smith, but we're looking forward to see a great run of our Kiwi rider, Luke McConnell. He's opening towards the right, interesting. Not going for the big cliff up there, but going the furthest Lucas ride we've seen in a while.
Where will he enter? Is he enter over the drop?
He does.
Little drop in there. Cutting back up.
Typical New Zealand. Don't fuss around in the flats. Just go right for the Nor.
Yeah, they're also used to those conditions. A high side around.
Not having quite enough speed to clear those rocks, touching the rock with the tail of his skis, and that sends him into the high sider.
As I said, used to those conditions. He is from Mount Ruapeo in New Zealand, which is basically a frozen volcano.
Yeah, I've skied up there and surfed the same day, as you kind of have to do as a surfer slash freerider snowboarder in New Zealand. Beautiful mountain range there. Really perfect round volcanoes with a big crater lake at the top and a very relaxed freeride community. I'm surprised actually, because there's not a lot of steeps on Ruapeo, but he went right for the steepest part of this mountain.
Cruising his way down.
And as we're looking up the mountain now, before our next rider, we can see the Quellspitze changing yet again. Look, Sheffi, look at the light changing.
The shadow from on the Lucas left side is working its way up the face. But we just have 5 more riders to go, I think.
Yeah, exactly. A Japanese, a Swiss, a British, a Spanish, and another Swiss rider is our last 5. While Luke McConnell is down here. Thanks, Luke, for a great show. Fearlessly dropping into the Nor. Yeah, and really dropping into it, not riding into it. Oh, 5 to go, Sheffi. Wow.
5 to go. We're definitely not done yet.
No, we're definitely done yet. We are 4 hours after our first competitor, and we're still not done yet. There's still, as we've seen, the bib doesn't really matter. Any of those 5 last riders can still kick Jean Tonnelier off the hot seat. He's leading with 92 points ahead of Jack Colish from Canada with 88 points and Nico Wucher with 85 from Austria. These are the ones to catch. I think this is David Berger with 2 skis, luckily.
2 skis.
Yeah. I'm happy for him to find his ski and for not getting injured at that drop. Yeah, that's a tough one. If it's your second jump and you lose the skis,
and especially if you
what if feeling.
If you don't lose it while you're tomahawking, he landed perfectly clear on his feet and just the binding went off.
Yeah.
Judges are ready for the next ride.
Luke McCann, 42 points there.
And now we go to Japan. Kabai Judai.
Out from Hakuba. I wonder how he's dealing with this condition, because in Hakuba, that's not the usual conditions you ski. But going full speed.
Well, great recovery there. But look at he has a really low center of gravity. He keeps his knees very bent. Yeah, that helps in these conditions.
Little shifty there.
Oh! What? Was that on purpose?
It would have been a flat spin. I discussed that with our head judge yesterday.
So it looked like he was going. It looks like he was going for a 3 off the cliff, but somehow got hung up.
He catch the tip
and did like a rolling 360. It was no contact. On the way to the wind lip.
Nice. Backseat, high siding out of the backseat.
But he still has his skis on, still riding,
And he's still having
going
fun.
Exactly,
Just
still going
going
for another
down.
run. Even though this part of the mountain is in the shadow now, it's not as dark as it seems on the screen. If you look out the window, yeah, this is still a gray part of the mountain with good snow. And it looks like he's going to be enjoying the lower part of his run. Yeah, Hakuba style. Bam. So if I had to choose to like go somewhere to cruise down the Quellspitze, this is where I would go right now. Looking at big power turns. Woohoo! Okay, let's look at this run one more time. Just gets it together between air 1 and 2. I kind of like this ride. And what happened? Oh, his right ski got hung up.
Yeah, in the snow there, the setup turn.
And the
But
setup.
luckily he made his way exactly over the rocks. Did not crash onto them.
Well,
Yeah, Tom
amazing
Hogg at the
though.
bottom there.
Such a stoked to have riders here from Japan. I think it's awesome. What a long travel. What a long journey
And
to come
25
all the way.
points, 24th
Yeah,
place for
he doesn't
Japan,
look too stoked, but
Yuda
obviously
Kalai.
that was not the way he planned it. And we have to go back up. 4 more rides to go. Martin Bender. Hope he's going to show the mind-bending run.
Switzerland.
What else do you have on Martin Bender for us, Jeffy?
Unfortunately, nothing in the background information.
Whoa! I can tell you, he just did stick a beautiful 3 right to his feet.
And
No
a
problem.
long
Transfer again.
Stopping it.
Take it easy, take it easy, take it easy.
Holy moly.
That
Full
wa-
speed through the section. And now we have the first guy stomping this transfer.
He chose like a triple for a run out. That's very interesting.
And
Wow.
into the Nali section.
No, we have seen one right in here. Whoa.
Linking Aaron style with technical big mountain riding.
And a 3 onto the ramp. What?
Yeah.
What's that? He used the steepest part of the
Hand
mountain
drag
as an
3.
in-run to a 3, going for the big one as a straight one. Lands on double ending, straightens out.
yes.
Martin Bender with the run
What
like
was
in one
that?
piece.
And this one is stay on your feet. Another safety, claiming it.
No more jumps, please. I don't think it gets any better. Wow, that run had us being stoked from top to bottom.
And this run is now definitely challenging for the podium.
This is not just challenging the
If-
podium. I think this is challenging also the very top of the podium. He had us in awe from top to bottom, making the impossible possible.
Fluidity, done. Technique, done. Air, done. Style with 2 360s, done.
I'm
Line choice.
clapping my hands for this run.
What a great run!
And
What
so
a
is
run.
Kai at the bottom.
Ticking all the boxes
The juniors
from
Look at
floaty
this. So,
freestyle to
uh,
big mountain.
Goes for the 3, turns around, yeah, transfers the whole thing, and where we think, okay, we get big spread eagle, he might crash, he just turns left and goes over all the balls. And where we think he goes looking for a drop, no, it's an in-run. It's just an in-run for his 360. Look at it. 3, 2, 1. Other riders stop it and look where to
Nice
go.
hand drag 3.
And he comes in with the hand drag 3 onto his feet as if it was a little... Going a little smaller on the last jump, which I think is a smart idea, because then you have less of a compression. And he claims even before riding out.
Yeah, and the thing with
Wow.
the hand drag 3, I like to do the hand drag 3 as well, because especially on cliffs like that where you have a small landing pocket right behind a cliff, with the hand drag you can go super slow and find that pocket. If you jump off with a normal 3, you usually is 1 or 2 meters further and can't ski it out. Perfectly executed.
So, we have Scott Mason on 80 points. We have... whom else do we have up there? We have Florian Michelin at 84, Nico Wuch at 85,
We are waiting for the
Jack College 88, and the current leader, Jean Tonnelier at 92. Where are they going to put Martin Bender for this amazing run?
These are the decisions.
Just towards the end of the field, where there's only 3 riders to go. Wow. In the meantime, we're getting a few beautiful shots from the Quellspitze. And you can tell the changing light very well now. Just the big platform is still in the sun, and a lot of shadow accumulating. Not make it easy for the riders, but Martin Benner did not show any signs of having difficulties riding from the sun into the shadow. Judges, we can hardly take it anymore. I can see Dion, the head judge. He's shaking his hand in unbelief, saying this is a tough call. Wow.
This really is a tough call.
They are discussing, they are giving their best, they are making sure they're taking into consideration every single thing of the runs. They're revising the runs of the last riders. 95, 67! And you know what? I think they are right. I think they're right. This was simply the most complete run of the day so far. But we still have 3 riders. No time to party yet. Ray Jourdan from Great Britain, another British rider, has the chance to still take the prime top spot. Whoa.
And he's opening up with his 3.
Who says there's no British free riders? That was sick.
No.
Oh, just keep going.
Got just the Taylor.
Yeah, the avalanche got him.
Yeah. What a recovery.
Ray loses 10 points for a crash and adds 10 immediately, like seconds later, for a 3. Comes into the half pipe with a shifty. Wow, another complete rider giving us a good show. Shafi, grab the binoculars. We don't want to miss any action here. Whoa, doubling onto the ramp, tripling onto the ramp, and sticking it. This is unreal.
That was awesome.
This is unreal. Like, it's, wow, minus this top part, one of the best runs we've seen again on this day. Taking it slow, going big into that pocket, sticking it again. Ray Jourdan from Great Britain with a crazy run. Wow. He was on his ass. He did like a 360 with his ass in the snow. But other than that, it was unreal. Like,
yeah,
it was another
the big question is, like, he had a nice 3 at the top, which he perfectly landed. And in the outrun, he had the small control issues in the AVD breeze, got stuck, pushed himself out into a 3.
So to me, that was another 90 run, but you have to take probably 15 points off for that crash. Wow, but the run was amazing. Ray, congratulations. We didn't know that Great Britain had such great free riders, and without that issue at the top in the avalanche debris, he would have been on the podium. I put my hand in for that. Wow. And now let's look at the 3. So difficult to stick that up there in this skied out terrain. Not for him though. And maybe he has a little bit too much speed. Coming over there, yeah, backseated. Still fighting for it, fighting for it. But then he gets up. I start with 3. And then rides the rest of his run super focused still. Because I think that triple, which you're going to see now, is to me one of the moves as today as well. Right in there. 1, 2.
This turn now.
Has to change direction. 3 and skis out of it. And the last jump as well.
It's a
into that pocket. Look at this one.
That's fresh landing with the 3rd last.
What a great skier. Yeah, dear sponsors in Great Britain, here's someone for you. Content producer, great skier, freerider. There's not that many up there who can ski like that. Congratulations, Ray Jourdan. Yeah, so when we get the score, let's add 15 or almost 20 points and see where he would have been without his mistake at the avalanche debris at the top.
This is skiing with a shift binding in the comp. Unbelievable.
What is the shift binding?
Touring binding.
Yeah, why not?
I think so. He is having fun. He thumbs up. Waiting for the score.
Oh, what a show are we being presented here by the Freeride Junior, especially the ski man category, going off, like making the impossible possible on the Quellspitze. in more than difficult conditions, especially for the higher bips. The snow turning hard again, the shadows creeping up. 73-37, yeah, add 20
10th
points,
place.
and it would have been a 93 and on the podium. Wow.
And still 73 points. What a crazy run. Congratulations, Jordan Ray. What a run.
Yeah, what a run. Kai is totally right when he says that. And we have 2 to go.
2 to
Alex, did you from
go.
Spain? No, from Spain.
Spain.
Yeah. Viva España. Buenos días a toda la gente que están con nosotros. España ahora. Estamos con Alex Didier.
I'm from Bacaya Beret, where the World Tour was just happening 3 days ago.
Yeah, and they have amazing terrain and probably similar snow conditions than we have here more than once. Whoa!
Big
Flying
jump
into the half pipe. That's a lot of speed. Sorting out his entry. No hesitation. We like that. Woo!
Flying into the half pipe, riding out of it super fast.
Yeah, no air, not airing into it like we just saw from Rachel before, but still fast. Aiming for one of the big ones. Skiing in, doubling out. Very nice and clean.
Nice clean run.
Whew. I'm pretty happy this is over soon. I mean, it can't take much more excitement, really. Oh, you see the ranking down there?
Top 3.
Top 3 Switzerland, France, and Canada, followed by an Austrian bunch.
95, 92, 88.
Well, Alex Didier from Spain is making his way to finish line. Thanks, Alice. Another very nice run. Really fluid. Yeah. And also he makes it safe to the finish. With a bit of show down there. Wow. Oh, see, that's a jump we didn't really see. Yeah. What nice one.
Yeah, we're waiting for the score here. He is happy.
Yeah, well, he can be, right? Did exactly what he planned and had a great run down the Quellspitze. Wow.
69 points, place 13 at the moment for Alex Didier from España.
And we are down to the very last rider from Switzerland, Swiss Romand, which is a very nice name, Theo Vuillamont.
From Nonda, trains with the Nonda Freeride team.
Wow, it's hard to be the very last rider, huh? You have to be that kind of early. He's probably been standing up there for more than 2 hours. Doesn't keep him from showing us some great skiing. Yeah, in new air, like he uses the wind lip there. Ooh. And jumps this one also in a different direction. I like that, it's just smart. Airing over the avalanche debris rather than going right through.
And now he is going into the half pipe. Going down the half pipe, what will he have lined up for us? Oh, where is he? Coming into one. Big turn. Oh, stay on your feet.
It looked like a little bump of snow, put him back on his feet, right?
And the big one. Go for it. Little back slap there. Still on his feet. There comes another little wind lip. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so that's what they call a stage 2, maybe stage 3 back slap, when the skier is still pointing forward and you can't ski out, but your back is in the snow and you have to recover from that. Whoops.
Yeah, he is enjoying some last turns down to the finish area there.
And I'm pretty sure down at the finish area, someone else is enjoying something, because this was our last rider of the day. And I think Martin Bender knows that Theo Vuillamont had a good run, but not enough to knock him off that hot seat.
I think so as well, yeah. They are celebrating in the finish area.
That's awesome. I wish I was down there right now and catching all the vibes of the riders.
Return.
The Quellspitze was there for the riders to perform, and the riders delivered. All 4 categories showed us great action. Was the ski man category topping it off with crazy lines. We had no big crashes today, no injuries. All the riders were great in their risk management, really have to say that. Right? We didn't see anything stupid on the mountain today, but we saw some mind-blowing action, just like this very last jump of our last rider, Theo Vuillamont from France. And we will present you in a moment the podium of the ski man with the highest score of the day, going up as high as 95.67 points. Would you believe it? Wow. Some contests hardly go over 80, but the boys and girls today deserved these scores. Here we see the finish line, all the riders together. Luckily, they just have the last glimpse of sun. It's been a warm day in Kappl, and
not a big problem, but leave the area for the riders here. Left side, please.
Exactly, and I think we're going down to Elliot Dancer for an interview with our ski winner, which is Martin Bender from Switzerland.
And you can stay here. We do everything for you. We do everything for you. You can stay, okay?
Kai Unterreiner trying to keep everything under control, keep the riders obey the COVID distance rule, everything that comes with it. Great job.
In just a few minutes.
Yeah, we will have the flower ceremony. I think we're still waiting for the last score to get in.
So I just informed we should have an interview with our ski male winner while we are waiting for the scores of Theo. Sheffy, what a competition. I'm done. My nerves are finished.
It was awesome. Exactly what I expected. A lot of new features, a lot of creative skiing.
67 points and
64 points for Theo Vuillamont.
6th in place, right?
Congratulations,
still there
guys.
in the top
What a
half.
show. Big ups. And we are preparing for the flower ceremony.
Wow, here we go. Martin Bender from Switzerland takes it home. Freeride World Champion 2022 ahead of Jean Tonnelier and Jack Kolash, France and Canada in second. Followed by 2 Austrians, Nico Wucherer, Florian Michelini on the exact same line. Mason Scott from Canada in 6th. Sage Boyer, USA 7th. Luca Wieland, Germany also right in there with place number 8. And Justin Blanche-Nicoux on 9th place ahead of Jordan Ray from Great Britain on 10th place.
7 different nations in the first 10 spots.
Wow. Yeah. We had quite a few what ifs. A few riders could have been on the podium, yeah, with their top moves just going a little bit wrong, a little crash or a little control issue. But I mean, it's amazing, right? We say the air is thin near the top.
The air is thin at the top.
Yeah. So I hope we get to see the winner run one more time, because that was truly an outstanding run of the day. Yeah. Actually, if you look at the picture we have in the back here, that's
there
all
we
outstanding
have
runs
it.
to be done as well. Martin Bender comes up with a 3. Oh, no, that's... Sorry, that's... Is it Theo or is it Martin?
No, it's Martin
It
Bender.
is
That's
Martin.
the transfer.
Flying.
First guy to actually stomp that transfer.
And that's my favorite part of his run, where some riders go down slowly and look for another air. he just uses this T-part as an in-run. Oh, I take a speed with him. I know exactly where I'm going. And he jumps blind 12 meters down onto the ramp, only to take the speed along for the next jump. Very smart, a tiny bit shorter hit than other riders, but so clean, so flawless, just perfectly executed. Yeah, no need for more moves done there. Wow, congratulations, Martin Bender. You can be really stoked and proud.
Landed on the feet, feet on the ground, hands in the air. Done. What a run from our new junior freeride world champion.
Yeah. So stick to us for a few more minutes. The flower ceremony is coming up quickly. You see our 12 podium riders from all 4 categories. Snowboard girls, snowboard boys, ski girls, ski boys in a minute. And we're waiting right now for the interview with our male ski man-up, Martin Bender.
There we go.
Boy, congrats! Thanks. World champion 2022, Martin Bender. So boy, how do you find it, the venue in the snow?
Bah la face était cool, très joueuse, avec des boucles plus raides, c'était vraiment bien. Puis la neige par contre était pas incroyable, mais ils ont fait avec ce qu'ils ont pu, puis c'est trop bien.
The venue was really good, really playful, a lot of rocks to hit. The snow was not that good, really bad snow, but he had fun with it.
Ouais, vraiment fun.
He also thanks all the Freeride World Tour for the event. And now, how did you feel at the start gates?
Bah, j'étais pas trop stressé, j'étais avec mon coach. On a bien visualisé, enfin, on s'est bien répété la ligne plusieurs fois, donc je savais ce que j'allais faire. Puis j'avais juste trop envie de rider cette face et me faire plaisir.
Yeah, he was not so stressed. He was like ready to part his rundown to give his best. He was with his coach, making his line again and again in his head.
Ouais, trop fun.
Yeah, good job. It was really fun. And then, how do you feel right now?
Ouais, bah maintenant je m'en rends pas compte. Enfin, on verra ce soir après avoir bu beaucoup de verre, quoi.
He doesn't
réaliser.
He doesn't realize it. He will probably realize it tonight after a few beers, the beginning of the party, or tomorrow with all the new followers. Yeah, go follow him. What's your Instagram, bro?
Martin-Bender.
Martin bottom line Bender. Go follow.
Thanks.
Wow, Martin Bender, a man without nerves. He said he was in the start gate and he didn't care much. He was going through his run a couple more times with his coach and just knew what he wanted to do and just did it. Is it really that simple?
For him, he says so.
That was the winner of today, Martin Bender. While we're waiting for the prize giving, we have another winner run for do. One of the probably most outstanding runs of the last decade in freeride skiing. We have the winner run of Max Palm, who won the first Freeride World Tour stop of the grown-ups in Baquera in Spain just 3 days ago. And stay tuned and watch this run with us and try to stay on your seat while you're watching it.
History has been made in that
peak performance rider, Max Palm. He's got an event wild card. He's the reigning junior freeride world champion, and they thought, well, you know, Max is kind of blowing up. He's got that fresh Red Bull helmet. Let's see what he can do with the big dogs. I have no doubt that he is going to be hungry to show everyone in this field, at home watching and on the slope today, that he belongs on the Freeride World Tour.
Nothing like being thrown in at the deep end with the big dogs to see really what you're made of, and I've heard that this kid is made of many, many freestyle tricks.
Yeah, he's definitely got a whole host of tricks. This thing, is it going to come around? Max with the double clean! The first double backflip in Freeride World Tour competition, complete by Max Palm. He's been threatening it all day, and a gigantic 362, an unbelievably precise landing. Another huge air over that rock stack and the claim. Whoa, Max Palm!
Well, firing his way through. That was incredible. Double backflip to his feet. Absolutely precision, clean execution.
And then where he put down the landing gear on that 360 had absolutely no room for error. Almost after banged himself onto his back there in the ski out, holding onto the claim. Max Palm wears his heart on his sleeve. His emotions are not a secret to anyone, and he is the happiest man in Spain right now.
I would imagine so. Let's see what the judges make of that incredible run.
I mean, I don't even care what the judges think. That was absolutely spectacular for the young peak rider. Definitely showing his value as a Freeride World Tour wildcard. When you get a wildcard like that, you really got to step into it. You know, you have to lean into the moment, and Max Palm took that 100%. Let's look at this. Nobody else saw this windlet.
Debuting and making freeride history as a wildcard, that is absolutely show-stopping.
Aaron Style, pinned, line, pinned. The double backflip to turn to 360 into the absolute sniper spot. Max Palm with no room for error, 96.67.
Wow, that was amazing. The reigning junior world champion goes to the big boys and is on his way to get world champion there. What do you think about that, Jeffy?
Yeah, if you make Freeride World Tour history with the first ever double backflip on your first hit in the Freeride World Tour, you deserve it.
Yeah, I'm sure what was great for Max, his head was free. As a wild card, you don't have to think about points. Am I going to qualify for the next event? Am I going to make the cut for the finals? You just go out there and do what you can do best. And that's what he did. I think he was rewarded with one of the best 25 seconds in history of competitive freeride skiing. Wow. But I just checked the score. His score was 96, and our winner's score today was 95.67. So our boys here are right up there with the big ones. And I'm sure someone who's been doing well today will be on the Freeride World Tour with a wild card, or maybe even qualified for next year.
Yeah, or at least in a couple of years, for sure.
For sure, yeah. Wow, we're still waiting for the prize giving. It's just getting organized down there. We're looking forward to seeing the smiling faces of our top 12 riders today. So if you wrap it up, highlights of the day, winning runs, amazing moves. I was stoked how well everyone did cope with the conditions.
Yeah, it looked almost like those challenging conditions were no problem for most of the riders. Really well scoped their lines, their landings, found the pockets we said we are looking for to control the speed and to land in soft, nice conditions.
Great. Conditions are going to be very much nicer and softer in a few days because we'll have snow here in 2 or 3 days, and then the whole Kappl freeride area will be a big powder field again. So if you think about hitting some great slopes for freeriding, snowboarding or skiing, come to Kappl. I mean, this natural bowl, this terrain here is amazing. Yeah? You have like miles and miles of untouched terrain, and it doesn't get too busy here. So even on day 2, 3, 4 after the snowfall, there's still a lot of powder to be had in this area.
If you're willing to hike.
If you're willing to hike a little bit, of course. Well, we are ready for the flower ceremony. I think all the riders are right there. Here we go.
Freeride Junior World Championship. What a great show! What crazy action here today. I'm proud of everybody here. What a show! Really big athletes. That's what we want to see on every event. Like always, Freeride Junior World Championship is going crazy. We will start immediately with the flower ceremony, and I beg all the podium riders to come up to me and celebrate up here on our podium. First of all, I want to thank our partners Kappl, Open Faces, Dynastar, Black Diamond and Lange, of course. And then, without further hesitation, let's go for the official flower ceremony straight here in beautiful Kappl. First category to be announced, snowboard women. First place on the podium goes to Kaya Hannepan, representing United States of America. Wonderful, the third place with 47 points. Then we go on to the second place, representing United States of America, Samantha Lensky. Samantha Lensky on the second place, and Freeride Junior World Champion 2020 goes to Lila Yemen.
Kannst du mal da? Yeah, great riding today by everyone. For the girls.
Thank you girls, very well done. What a show from the snowboard ladies. We're going on to the next category. Next category will be snowboard men, and third place goes to Down Under, goes to Australia, Von Hartwig. And the second place goes to France, 79 points, Mazio Perizon. And another medal, another Freeride Junior World Championship goes to the United States. Big up for our champion, Tavo Salvage-Sadek. Big applause for our snowboard guys, Von Hartwig, Mazio Perizon and Tavo Salvage-Sadek. So, and I have one guest here, Ben, the overchief, the boss of everything. How was the show today for you?
The show was really amazing. All the judges were impressed by the level, and I really want to say a big thank you again for you, all the riders who made very long trip to come here. Really big thanks as well to Kappl for hosting us. It's amazing the enthusiasm that they have to help us and to bring all of these structures here. Big thanks to Open Faces Series. They are organizing 12 or 13 events during the season, and this is one of them. So they are really working really great. And big thank you to all the guys in the mountain, the ski dude, the safety crew. It was an amazing job. So guys, to all of you, really big congratulations and thank you very much.
Then we switch a little bit the plan. Now we're going to the next category, skiing men. Third place goes to Canada, 88 points, Jack College. Second place goes to France, 33 points, Jean Tonnelier. And the best of all riders from 32 riders in total in this category. Freeride Junior World Champion 2022, representing Switzerland, Martin Bender! Congratulations, guys, what a show, what a crazy happening today. Czech College, Sean Tonelli and champion Martin Bender. And our last category today, Freeride Junior World Championship Kappl 2022, the skiing women. Third place, the first one on the podium, 74 points representing Switzerland, Alice Grivel. Second place with 77 points, another Swiss lady, Sonja Tudia. Two minutes.
Should we wait 2 minutes? Yeah.
She is still in the chairlift, but she will be here soon, and then we will bring her on the podium again. But we're going on, and the number one Freeride Junior World Champion 2022 goes to the United States of America. Incredible 80 points. Give it up for Jenna Mayers! Big applause for our ladies, Alice Grivel, Sonja Tudia and Jenna Mayers. Congratulations. We are all proud on all of the riders who compete today at the Quellspitze. And now I want to thank you to all the parents, especially who bring their kids here. Those are the real heroes, I think. Thank you very much. You take all the long way from the States, from New Zealand, from Australia to bring their kids here that they are able to compete. Thank you very much. Also thank you to the athletes for such a great show, and of course thank you to all the organization and to Kappl that we can be here every year in this beautiful
Thank you also to Kai for doing a great ceremony. Nothing left to say. This is goodbye. The Junior Freeride World Championships in Kappl 2022 are history. I think it was an amazing event. I still have to catch my breath after all the action. Thank you, Shafi, for coming here as a live stream speaker. I hope you enjoyed the show. Stay tuned throughout the season. The Freeride World Tour has still four stops ahead. Just stay tuned on freerideworldtour.com, and I hope you join in on the next broadcast when it's on again with sick freeriding. Bye-bye for today.
Thank you for tuning in. Bye. Thanks, Flo, for being here with me. Have a good day. Have a good season. Stay safe, stay healthy, and hopefully see you next year again here in Kappl.